Good day and good evening, and welcome to Walk and Talk stream with me, Caetsu Chaiji, but you can just call me Kai. Right? So, hilariously, I was noting since, the new year, leading up to the new year, the whole, regular, lag on the stream issues, started becoming more predictable in that it would be, one big drop at some point during the stream, and then sometimes a little lag at some random point during the stream. But since the new year, I actually have had no lag on the stream as far as I know. Actually no issues. And then I briefly talk about it with Aradel a few hours ago. And then when I start the stream here, basically as I click go live, it connects and then goes no connection. I don't know if you guys could see it. Maybe the reason it said no connection was because OBS was ready, trying to hand YouTube information, and YouTube was like, give me a moment, I need to move you from preview to live, and it was really slow, and then OBS is like, nothing's happening. I don't know, but mildly annoying. It is likely on your end, rather, because my OBS says everything's good. With that said, hey Emily, hey Tina Lee, hey Giraheen, hey Rust, hey Zeras, hey Kazadragoon, hey Agent Monica, hey Shyhook, hey Yoharis, hey Jiriki, hey Ilana, hey Mizunashi, hey Rara, hey Gazel, hey Delane, hey Bokash, hey Castaway, hey Vince. Hope you're all doing very well. I am doing pretty well, Jiriki. Didn't quite get all the things I wanted to do today done, but that's good enough. I'm doing well. It's hopefully not a sign, Mizunashi. And also, hey Ridlian, hope you're doing well as well. And Tristan. And no, I have not, Bokaj. Any visualization? Hope you're doing well. I'm hoping it looks well. The settings that I have should make it so that if OBS is saying things look fine, then it should be looking fine. And if I get a lag spike, then what should be happening is that YouTube slows down the stream for you, as in it stops and buffers and waits for the data to come in from me rather than skipping. That should be the way that it plays out. I'm not 100% sure if that's how it actually plays out, but that's the way it should be playing out. So it should be fine. It's just a little annoying when I've done everything I can to make sure the stream is good. And there's some cursed thing that is making it so that it sometimes bugs out. But I hope it's fine. Castaway says Orion or Zayla. Well, my character is Orion. What some people call a Fishra. Also, hey Yannick, hope you're doing well. And Alan. And good luck with that, Yuriki. I would have to say personally, I cannot imagine proccing an ultimate in Party Finder. I just... no. I don't think it would be fun. And I think it would be very hard. But good luck to you. It's good to hear that it seems like it's pretty fine on the stream. And also, hey Kylan, hope you're doing well. Right. Should we get walking then? Hopefully I remember to have all the stops on the way. I was aiming for a slightly shorter walk, but then the walk that I came up with, I was like, last time I tried to make a shorter walk, it was 20 minutes. So if I deem that it's going to be short, I should probably make it like, a little longer. Otherwise, we're basically going nowhere. So hopefully it's not too short this time. But oh yeah, Kylan was the one that did mention the other day that while we were wrapping up the Palace of the Dead stream, Grinding Gear, I can't remember if it's Grinding Gear or Grinding Gears, was watching my Savage preparation guide. That was pretty funny. I did hop in to let them know that I know. That they know that I know. That I'm watching them. It was very nice. There was a lot of people that recognized me there. They're going into Savage today. Oh boy. Yeah, I saw them start. I saw them pick up Stone Sky Sea. Which, surprising no one, immediately led to what, as far as I could see, a discussion in the chat about, oh, well, Stone Sky Sea isn't good enough, so it's basically garbage. And others were like, well, I mean, it's better than nothing. I would say Stone Sky Sea is pretty fine. The thing is, if you can kill the striking dummy in question and you're not cheating, quote unquote, because if you're cheating, you're only cheating yourself, ultimately, because it's a test. Then your capacity to actually beat the striking dummy in time should say that if, assuming that you're still capable of doing your rotation, like mostly right while dealing with mechanics, then if you can beat the striking dummy, you should have the capacity to beat the boss. Yes, Grinding Gear is another Final Fantasy XIV channel. It's I believe it's 2 guys that have been playing through the MSQ slowly over quite a while. So like it's a little bit like Small Kai. How do you cheat at the dummy? Also, before I answer that, hey Suzaku, hey Zay, and hey Jonathan, hope you're doing well. And also Zaf, I hope you're doing well as well. If you're on keyboard, Suzaku, it's the numpad / next to the numlock button. Assuming you haven't changed anything. So how can you cheat at Stone Sky Sea? Well, you can use your Chocobo companion. It does like, I haven't like measured it exactly, but I would guesstimate that it does like about 10% of the DPS of a player, maybe less. But imagine that you could just toggle a buff that says you do 10% more damage. That's cheating. Another way you can cheat is that certain buffs, a lot of buffs in fact, I realize that this is not the fastest way around, but we're sticking to it. Certain buffs are not removed when you step out of Stone Sky Sea and back in. Do you have an Omni Chocobo Kai? You mean, like this? We always have the speedrun counter, Suzaku, for these walks. The origin of these walk and talk streams was an April Fool's stream, where we actually just walked and talked the whole stream. And because it was like April 1st, you need to have the speedrun time on a thing like that, right? But for example, I've actually demonstrated some things, like some jank and stuff in Final Fantasy XIV, specifically by using the ways you can cheat in Stone Sky Sea. To give an example, a warrior can use Inner Release, immediately exit, like they go into Stone Sky Sea, see their striking dummy, use Inner Release, immediately exit. And the moment it says you failed your trial, you immediately go back in again. By the time you're in again, Inner Release will probably have run out. naturally. But Primal Rend ready will still be there, meaning that you can use Primal Rend right then. Which means you can start a fight with Primal Rend, Primal Ruination, and Inner Release. By, using Inner Release again. I used this specifically to demonstrate. I made a video near the starting section of Dawntrail where I was demonstrating things like Paint Thinner. Pictomancer was really hard to demonstrate because I demonstrated it after it was gone, if I remember correctly. But oh boy, OGE lag. But for Warrior, initially, Primal Rend gave you 30 seconds to use Primal Ruination instead of just 20, which meant that an optimization players discovered was if you use Inner Release on the odd minute, which is where there are no raid buffs, right? Like, commonly there's no raid buffs on the odd minute unless something goes wrong. Then you just hold the Primal Rend, and then you use Primal Rend, like, as close to at the very last possible moment before the buff runs out, which gives you 30 seconds to use Primal Ruination, obviously. And then Primal Ruination ready will be available exactly when the 2-minute burst starts. Which means that you can smuggle, quote-unquote, a Primal Ruination from your odd minute burst to your even minute burst. Now, you might be thinking, doesn't that mean that you have to delay your Inner Release and extra GCD because you're using Primal Ruination there? Possibly. Does it matter? You might have to delay it 1 extra GCD to make sure that, like, Primal Ruination lands and buffs in the first place, right? But that is also a way you can cheat. Would use of Potion be considered a cheat for Stone Sky Sea? I would say it's not cheating, but I think it would be better to do your testing without it. Like, do your training matches with the weights on, right? Don't use the potions and stuff. Don't, like, unless your build for some reason hinges on having your food buff, I would also say don't use that. And what I mean by that is, if, for example, you need a specific amount of speed for your build and your food buff happens to contain an amount of it that you need for your rotation to work right, then of course use food. Otherwise, just don't. And it's simply because if you know you can beat the striking dummy without these things, then that potion and that food buff pushes you even further, right? So, like, it's just an extra addition. Because I'll just imagine being so good at the game that you have to cheat even in Stone Sky Sea. Yeah. Let's see. Also, hey Orion and Taldemar and Fala. Hope you're doing well. How do I get people to pay for resing in dungeons? I think that's a missed business opportunity. Let's just say that if you ask players to pay you for reses, they will just let you wipe. Which is I would say a loss on your end. Like, the dungeon is going to take longer. And it's just better spent time on your end that you finish the dungeon quickly by playing in a way that optimizes that for your team as best you can. And then you can use that saved time by getting out of the dungeon faster to, you know, I don't know, switch to a gatherer and go out and mine ore or something and sell that. Yeah, exactly, Jonathan. Like, some of those things that, like, I say is, like, ways you could cheat are also, like, those are things that I recognize because I'm specifically, like, making videos where I'm, like, sometimes showing off some weird thing that is working incorrectly in the game. Some sort of glitch. And Stone Sky Sea is really handy for a lot of things. Some of you may have seen that, like, just to give an example of how sometimes the streamlining of Final Fantasy XIV can get in the way of demonstration, and sometimes can be a little annoying when you're just trying to have fun, is, I can't remember how quickly it was in Endwalker, but when I made my monk guide for Endwalker, at that time, the first one, for level 1 to 50, you could just not use Masterful Blitz and just use Perfect Balance again if you wanted to. That was perfectly allowed. Like, you can just do that. Then, I can't remember if it was 6.1, 6.2, or 6.3, but at some point they added a change that made it so that Perfect Balance, the button itself, got disabled while you either had stacks of Masterful Blitz or stacks of perfect Balance, sorry, or you had a Masterful Blitz ready in the chamber. This was inconvenient for me because for some reason there does not exist a level 50 Stone Sky Sea. Why is that important? Because I'm pretty sure it was in Endwalker that they added a synced Stone Sky Sea challenge. And then they shortly after expanded that to also have a level 60, 70, and 80 version. Which is the level 60 version is what I typically use for my guides when I'm demonstrating level 1 to 50, well, 1 to 60 stuff. And sometimes you'll see that I'll just put like a note on the guide being like, it should actually look like this. I'm using this other action instead because it just upgrades to that. It doesn't really matter. It's the same thing. Just roll with it because I cannot sync down to level 50 with a striking dummy. Like, that's not an option. But I can sync down to level 60. Some jobs, it doesn't really matter. Like, for instance, Dragoon. You can just not use any of the actions you learn from level 51 to 60, and then it's basically level 50 Dragoon. But Summoner gets Dreadworm Trance at level 58, so it's really, really hard to demonstrate something like Ether Charge, right? Can't you join a level 50 dungeon in Explorer? You can't both be synced and in Explorer mode. I'm pretty sure I tried that, Kylan, but good idea. Good idea. But I'm pretty sure the answer is that doesn't work. That is pretty funny, fella. The problem there, say, is that the Stone Sky Sea entrances are not super obvious. I actually have a guide on the channel on how Stone Sky Sea works and where you unlock it and where you enter. But as it is from Endwalker, and it's from a while ago, it's probably one of my, like, quieter videos. And it doesn't include where Stone Sky Sea is in Dawntrail, because it was added, like, that addition was, of course, in Dawntrail. Just level a character to get the footage. Oh, yeah. Excellent. But yeah, I'm just saying, speaking of, they could probably have, like, if they just had a decently scaling striking dummy, just in general, and just allowed you to sync to any level you want, I think you could, like, and also, like, it just needs to have, like, an item level sync where it has, like, some sort of scaling, and a level sync of some sort of scaling. And then just have one striking dummy and let the player choose. Then they don't have to ever make more Stone Sky Sea locations. They can just have the one. And the reason why I say to that extent is because, like, there are actions that like, I typically just don't even bother trying to get a clip off. Because, like, take something like Stone 1. To cast Stone 1, you need to find a duty, or rather a fate, that sinks you down below level 18? See, Ridley says in game, remind what the intended use of Harvest Moon is again. Harvest Moon is like, imagine that you're like a close range fighter, but you brought a blunderbuss to the battle. It takes an eternity to reload it, but it's pretty handy if you're suddenly fighting something at range or you're fighting a bunch of enemies. You don't reload it while you're fighting. If there's anyone threatening you, then you're not reloading your blunderbuss. That is to say, in other words, you load your Harvest Moon when you're not in combat. On an AoE pull, you should at some point just throw Harvest Moon at the pack, because it is one of your better AoE attacks. If you're in a single target fight that has no, like, points in it where you get forced out of melee range, then you can just let it rip at some point. Because it is one of your better attacks. If you're in a single target fight where there is a point where you have to get out of range, then you will hold it to throw at that specific point. You know, like a little bit like how paladins will like hold their divine might, and then if they have to step out of melee range for a moment, they'll just throw that and then come back. You can do that with Harvest Moon. It's just you only get one, and then you basically need actual downtime in the fight to get a new one. But the difficult part, the complicated part, happens if you have a boss fight where there are ads appearing at some time in the fight, and also there are points where you have to step out of melee range. At that point, you kind of have to weigh whether the single target damage gain of using Harvest Moon to fill for time when you step out of melee range outweighs the potential AoE damage of throwing the Harvest Moon at a pack of enemies. That's what makes it complicated. I'm pretty sure I talk about this in my Reaper guide. Tandemal says, something I thought about today was, what if we didn't scrape job kits at all and crammed it into the first 50 levels, gaining no new stuff post 50? Would that be bad outside of the obvious worst starting experience? Okay, Bokaj, pull out your bingo card. World of Warcraft already tried this, and it's not fun. It kinda sucks. World of Warcraft tried this. Before they did the level squish in World of Warcraft, the last action you actually learned from level ups in World of Warcraft was like either level 80, 82 or 84 or 88. Something like that. Remember that the level squish happened after the game went to level 120? So that means that there's like 30 plus levels where there's just, you get like one talent, maybe two. But that's basically it. It's not fun. It basically means that you're like unlocking new stuff as you go, and then nothing. It was even worse because some classes, some specializations already had like 90% of the tools they actually care about by like level 50. Which means that the rest of the stuff you're getting is like random utility stuff, or ooh, this action turns into a slightly better action that does the same thing, or this is like a utility option, like a niche situation option. But your rotation has already been finished at level 50. And you need to get to level 120, remember. So what I mean by that is it would be a dreadful experience, an absolutely dreadful experience. Well, it doesn't have the upside Final Fantasy XIV has for my proposal, level synced content. Counterpoint to that, Taldeman. part of what makes Final Fantasy XIV interesting for some players that like doing their daily roulettes. You might say it's really annoying that you get synced down and lose all of your cool toys. I say I find it interesting to figure out how the job plays well at a different level. Basically, if you had, like, let's say there's the alternative point of view that some players would prefer, is that when you get synced down, you just, like, do less damage, but you keep all of your buttons. Then you could imagine that there would be very minimal interest in actually figuring out how jobs play well at lower levels, because you don't need it, just level to 100 now, right? And Gaz basically said it as I said it. It would make it, like, if you think that it's a little boring that you lose your buttons, at least, when you get synced down to have to do Porta de Comana for the 50th time that you don't like. I don't know why you're queuing for that if you don't like it, but you do, and you're a scholar. At the very least, you get to mess around with Art of Wars or Gain on One. Like, at least you get that. Not having AoE on some classes is hell. Well, at level 50, all jobs have AoE. But yeah, when you get synced really far down, yeah, it can get a little annoying. But that's also like a part of it, because here's the thing, E-Man, that a lot of these jobs that don't have any AoE when you go into like Brayflock's Longstop or Sastasha do a ridiculous amount of single target damage, and that also matters. In fact, some of the jobs that have AoE in Sastasha are like Black Mage. They're like, yeah, I have fire too. How am I going to use it? You single targeted the mob I was targeting dead before I could finish my cast. There's also the part that some jobs have such a ludicrous toolkit by level 100 that, well, let's just say I have, you know, my Samurai Guide, for example, right? There I demonstrate the level 50 opener. I also demonstrate the level 100 opener at some point. Just imagine the opener. Like, the level 50 Samurai opener is like, make sure Shisui, Gecko, Kasha, Yukikaze, Midara Setsugeka. You could even go Gecko, Higanbana, Kasha, Gecko, up to Yukikaze, like, Midara Setsugeka, like. You could do that. Now, level 100, like, by the time the level 50 has Midara Setsugeka ready, the level 100 has already thrown a Hisatsene out the window and done more damage. So the only way that can be balanced is if the level 100 Samurai has like a colossal damage down, just a permanent damage down that says, oh, you only do like, oh, today we're having lag spikes. Big lag spike. I think we're coming back now. Maybe? Yeah, you don't say, YouTube. Would you like to take my connection? Like, would you like to take the bitrate that I'm sending you? I'm not lagging anywhere else, so it has to be you, YouTube. What are you doing? Teldemar says, my entire YouTube player crashed and I had to close the tab and reopen. Oh! Did that happen just now, Teldemar? Sounds like a bunch of people had something crash on YouTube. The plot thickens. The plot thickens. I wonder if when I get those lag spikes, it's actually YouTube having an aneurysm. And only some viewers get affected. But yeah, there was a legitimate lag spike there. Hey Moglonti, hope you're doing well. I'm glad to have you. But yeah, there was a lag spike on my end too. Legitimately. But yeah, basically, some jobs are so ludicrously strong compared to like level 50 versus level 100. Like, they get so many buttons that, like, I've heard some people go, well, couldn't we solve it by just making it so that, like, most jobs these days, not all, I'm looking at you, Black Mage, get these potency increasing traits that just go, oh yeah, at level 54, your Palm Muse gets like a 500 potency boost. Because reasons. You could just turn those off. That would be enough, right? I'm just saying, Warrior gets Primal Rend and Primal Ruination just like that. Like, they're 900 plus potency out the box. Just, like, it's not that easy. So the reason why I usually look at it from a point of view of, can we, like, because here's the thing. I think part of the reason why a lot of players find it really annoying when they get synced down to, for instance, level 50, especially level 50 in fact, is that the level 50 rotation sucks. Like, if the level 50 rotation was fine, then there would be a lot less complaints. Like, some jobs are at a point where it's like, level 50, garbage. Level 52, amazing. Some are also like, level 50, garbage. Level 60, amazing. And in those cases, it's like, that job could probably, like, the thing we're asking for, like, or some players are asking for, like, can we just have all of our buttons at level 50, is like the nuclear solution to, maybe we should just take a moment to review this job at level 50 and see if it's missing something. Like, maybe we can just do that. Maybe that would be enough. Like, it just feels extreme, right? And that is correct, Gazel. Role actions are, for some reason, remembered if you've unlocked them. I believe we heard from, I think it was Yannick, that said that they discovered that if you're in Palace of the Dead with a job that you in reality have not leveled to the point where its role actions are unlocked, but it is level 60 there, then you don't have the role actions. Like, in a weird twist, the role actions only care about your actual level. They don't actually care about what level you have on display in the particular duty you're in. Matthew says some are bad until 90. Also, I hope you're doing well, Matthew. Which ones are bad until level 90? I'm glad to hear that, McLunty. Thank you. And I think I missed someone else also on that. Maybe not. Telemann says, it feels like Paladin unlocks self-healing at level 82 and 84 and unlocks damage at 90. I don't know if it's unlocked damage at 90. But you have seen... some of you may have seen my improving every job with one change video. In that one, I said for Paladin, give them worse Holy Spirit at level 30. And just make their attack spells heal out the box. Like, there you fixed two problems for Paladin by giving them a spell earlier. Their 1-2-3 combo rotation gets a little bit more interesting, and by saying all of your attack spells have a healing component immediately, just naturally, without a trait at level 84, it means that this lack of healing, like, it's not going to be amazing. Like, I think I suggested that the healing on this Vital Spirit spell should be worse than on Holy Spirit. Like, the attack should be worse, in general. But give them something. Now they have a heal. of some sort that they can use. And then when they get Holy Spirit, they have a better, like, built-in healing attack. And, like, just that, like, just those two things would be huge. I don't know about the damage part. I feel like Paladin's damage is kind of okay, even at 80. To the Viper thing, that one is a lot harder. I would say Viper doesn't need Reawaken to function. I think Viper's design is fine without Reawaken. Yes, it has this feeling of a job that doesn't, like, you're doing this rotation and it doesn't really, like, lead anywhere because, like, most other jobs do their rotation and it leads somewhere. If you compare Viper to Reaper... Holy Spirit. If you compared Viper to Reaper, I think some players would say that Reaper doesn't work, quote-unquote, doesn't work until level 80, which is where they get Enshroud, right? I would say that one makes more sense, but I still feel like Reaper is functional at level 70. Like, it has what it needs to have something to do. It's just that its burst is a little lackluster because its burst amounts to spend soul gauge, use a soul reaver thing, spend soul gauge, use a soul reaver thing, use soul slice, spend soul gauge, do a soul reaver thing. Like, it's not that amazing. But the thing is Viper functional at 70? It is functional. Viper is functional at 70. I would say Viper is functional at 50. It's really bland, but it's functional. It works. And consider that there are several, like there are, okay, I don't know if I would say several, but there are multiple jobs that only has a filler rotation at level 50. What are good examples? Black Mage doesn't really have a burst at level 50. It just kind of fires. And then it has the opposite of a burst. It has like a drop and it takes like 5 seconds. And then they go back to bursting again. So they don't really have a burst. I would say Dancer doesn't really have a burst at level 50. Emily says they lack their identity. Question, is Viper's identity the whole thing that makes Viper Viper? Is that Reawaken? Is that its whole identity? Is that it? Is that everything that Viper is about? Is that Reawaken? Is that the whole thing? Viper is nothing. Exactly, Emily. I would say that Viper's identity is actually its sustained attack. Which means that its identity is not Vicewinder. It's not Uncoiled... Actually, I would say Uncoiled Fury has a little bit to do with its identity. Reawaken has nothing to do with its identity. Its identity is its sustained attack. And Uncoiled Fury is more about its identity than Dreadwinder, or Vicewinder as it is now, and Reawaken. Because Uncoiled Fury, unlike those other things, actually allow Viper to continue just attacking endlessly, even when you force it away. And yeah, its multiple weaves are also part of its identity. But its filler combo also has that. Which is the reason why, if I were to suggest something that would be nice to have on Viper at level 50, that it doesn't have, yes, at level 50, it would be Death Rattle. Because that is part of its identity. I would say for Reaper, I would say Enshroud feels like its identity, but I would say it's like, it's part of it, But should lilies be lowered then? Probably. I would say it's weird that you get a Flatus Solace at 52. Why not 50? Like, all the other healers have some sort of gauge at level 50. Why not White Mage? But yeah, exactly, Joshua. Exactly. White Mage should probably have a Flatus Solace at 50. Where's the walk headed to? So far, South Shroud, as you can see. I usually let people guess that as we go. That is why you can't see the whole thing. But for Reaper, isn't the point of Reaper that you have, like, teamwork with a Void Scent? And the Enshroud thing is more like almost like a forbidden technique that you're not actually supposed to use. Like, it's dangerous because who knows, maybe the Void Scent will actually take you over. Isn't that the point? So, isn't that more like the identity of Reaper is the teamwork between you and the Void Scent? Which means Bloodstalk, Grimswathe, Gluttony are more the identity of Reaper, and Enshroud is like the pinnacle of that. Like, I'm just saying that if they ship these jobs with that super mode just out the box, then there isn't really much to look forward to. That actually leads back to the problem that I was talking about earlier when I think it was Taldemar suggested, why don't we just make sure that jobs have, like, the meat of their toolkit at level 50, if not just all of it at level 50? Is that it comes with the problem that if you get all the cool stuff super early, then it means that the rest of the stuff you learn is meaningless. I would say some players would probably say that Summoner is dreadfully boring to level, even if they enjoy Summoner. Because at level 60, your rotation is nearly finished. Like, what do you get? You get a raid buff. That doesn't really change that much. You get Bahamut. That doesn't really change that much. You get Phoenix. It doesn't really change that much. You get Elemental Mastery. That does change some things. But that means that you get, like, a Death Flare at level 60. And then you get Elemental Mastery at level 86. And, I mean, you do get more stuff after that, but it's just, like, I'm just saying that I would say that among the jobs that, like, among the job additions in Dawntrail, a lot of them feel like they didn't really do much, because what they did was they added, like, 1 or 2 OGCDs that you use once or twice in a 2-minute time frame. And if you move the cool stuff to earlier, then it means the level range where there's nothing cool to look forward to is bigger. Emily says, Monk feels complete at 70 if you want to talk about jobs having their identity. I would say that Monk probably feels pretty complete at level 60. The thing that would make you probably say 70 is that by 70, you have a personal damage buff and a raid buff. Do you have a favorite job to play? I play a lot of jobs, but at the moment I main Warrior. And Warrior, incidentally, is one of the jankiest jobs at level 50 in terms of its attack rotation. Also, do you have a least favorite to play? I would say my point of view of dislike of a job is probably, like, it's not like I'm going, it's F tier for me. It's more like it's a B tier or something like that. So like when I say that it's a job that I don't like, it's or least favorite, it's more like it's okay, but I would probably not pick it most of the time. And to that, I would say I probably have one in every category. And by category, I mean tank, healer, mage, ranged, melee. And for tanks, it's probably Gunbreaker. There's nothing wrong with Gunbreaker. It's just that if I'm in the mood for a tank that has an ability like No Mercy, then I'll play Paladin. And Gunbreaker just feels stricter. Gunbreaker feels stricter than Paladin on that, so I'd just rather play Paladin. So in this case, it's not even that Gunbreaker is any bad. It's bad. It's just I like Paladin so much better that any situation that would call for a Gunbreaker, I would rather play Paladin. For healers, and just to be clear, that does, however, clash with my opinion that Gunbreaker is the strongest tank in contexts where you don't know what level you're playing at. You go into a random duty. If you queue for a duty like Mentor Roulette where you could get anything, then Gunbreaker is the strongest in my opinion. And if I were to choose just a job based on power alone, I would probably queue a lot as Gunbreaker, specifically for that reason. But I don't. For healers, my least favorite is White Mage. Partly because it mega sucks at low level. Like, it's terrible at low level. Case in point about the Lily thing, right? And then there's also the additional caveat that I prefer barrier healers. So there's a possibility that I would rank, like, in my mental ranking, I would probably rank both Sage and Scholar above Astrologian. So you can see what kind of uphill battle White Mage is climbing here. For mages, my least favorite. Alright, Taldabar, enjoy your evening. For mages, my least favorite. Yeah, that one is really difficult because I really like all of the mages. It does have a size, not at level 50. Ah! I would probably have to say, I think I would say Red Mage, but it's like a really, really small least liked. I'm actually like, maybe I would say Summoner, come to think of it. It's Summoner or Red Mage. But I like both of them. So it's just like, someone has to be the worst, right? And the reason for Summoner is that it just doesn't have that much going on. I found it really nice when I was it's a really good choice if you want to play, you need a mage, but you don't want to get too deep in the optimization because Summoner is not too deep in that aspect. On the other hand, what makes it really difficult for me with Red Mage is that because of the way it functions, it feels like when I'm playing it, it's one of those jobs where I feel like I have to actually double check the opener, double check all the optimization things, because a lot of it doesn't feel super intuitive to me. Like, it just doesn't feel intuitive. Even though it is rather intuitive. And Red Mage is fun. I have said before, what got me into Final Fantasy XIV was the existence of Red Mage. Just the existence of it. And it was my first job to level 70 in Stormblood. So when I say that it would probably be either that or Summoner that I rank the lowest among the mages, it's a really, really, it's a close one, right? And I like all of them. For ranged physical jobs, I think the thing is, I would say my least favorite would be Bard, but it's double-sided because I have said before that I love how Bard looks and the way that it plays. The reason why it's my least favorite is because it's too overwhelming. Which means that if I'm allowed to choose what job I'm playing for a duty and I'm told to play a ranged physical job specifically, there's an incredibly small chance that I'll choose Bard. So like, that's basically it. For melee jobs, I think my least favorite is between Dragoon and Ninja. And I think it goes to Dragoon. And the reason for that is that to me, both Ninja and Dragoon feels like jobs that where their rotation is designed first and foremost to work in a single target fight. With no downtime. But I feel like Ninja makes it work a bit better. And it makes sense for Ninja a lot more, in my opinion. And the sheer amount of moving parts on Dragoon makes it really quick that it feels kinda awkward. Dragoon doesn't get AoE until level 47. They get AoE at level 40. They get Doomspike at level 40. Yeah, exactly, Zav. Like, that's kind of the deal, is that if I, like, get single boss encounters exclusively in a row, then Ninja is like, oh, perfect. I'm not perfect at Ninja, but it's a lot easier than playing Ninja in a dungeon. The same applies for Dragoon, but I feel like Ninja is a lot more flexible at that. But as you may see, like, for most of the jobs where I'm like, that's my least favorite, it's like something super nitpicky that it's about, right? Like, it's something where it's like, I don't dislike the job. It's fine. It's just I like this other one better. Like, my favorites in each of these categories is like, I like to play Warrior. What Warrior has that none of the other tanks have is it has a simple burst with not that much going on when it really comes to it. It doesn't matter that much if you just let it rip at any time. Like, you can stockpile your resources if you want to, but let's just say that I got a 98 last week without doing that in a Savage boss. So it's probably fine. Not to say that it wouldn't help, it would. That could have been a 99. But Warrior, among the tanks, is the by far most forgiving when you reach level 100. And if I'm in the mood to play something slightly less forgiving, I would probably be playing Paladin. And Paladin isn't that much more forgiving. You just press fight or flight. Boom. But the fact that Warrior doesn't even have its own personal damage buff. Sepcat says, why would you need to go into stealth? Because when you use hide, it refreshes your ninjutsu charges. So every time you finish a fight, you just hide on hide. But yeah, that's the reason why I prefer Warrior. It's just because it's more forgiving. It's relatively easy to pilot, in my opinion. Among healers, like, I prefer Sage. Sometimes I wish I preferred Scholar because I feel like it has more, like, slightly more potential, but it's just Sage is similar to Warrior, more forgiving. And its toolkit feels like each button works better each on their own, whereas Scholar has to really think about it a lot more. And for mages, like the thing is, I think Black Mage is awesome. Just the way it's designed, and the way it plays. But I ultimately tend to play Pictomancer more when it comes to content where, like, my performance matters. Because it's a lot harder to play Black Mage well than playing Pictomancer well. But part of the reason why I like Black Mage better than Pictomancer is because, in a really weird twist, because Pictomancer has this hyper strict 2-minute burst that it needs to do, Pictomancer's damage is so focused on that 2-minute burst that you can't not do it. If you don't do it, you suck. Like, your damage is gonna suck. Then Black Mage can kinda just hold a ley line until it's safe. And while Mana Font is pretty handy, it's basically just you get to skip Umbral Ice once every 100 seconds. So it doesn't feel as big of a deal when Black Mage isn't going, like, optimally in that aspect. So it feels in a weird way slightly, I don't know why I'm using the Aetheryte, I'm not using the Aetheryte. It feels more forgiving if you can get past the part where it is super unforgiving in its actual filler rotation. And for ranged physical jobs, if I was asked to play a ranged physical job in a situation where it really matters, I would play Dancer. Every time. Because in that particular aspect, Machinist is one of those jobs where ignorance is bliss. Even though I know that I don't have to... I think we'll go up there or something. Even though I know that there's no need to play it perfectly. Like, you can get most of the performance out of the job without playing it perfectly. The fact that I know that it works the way that it does and the optimal rotation is like that means that it is difficult for me to accept not doing it optimally. And that means that every time a single thing drifts even remotely, I'm like, ugh! Mental damage, heart damage, dying. Meanwhile, with Dancer, it's not that hard to press standard step on cooldown. And it's just one. This is a walking across Gridania speedrun or something? No, it's a slow walk, as you can see. And we came from Modona. Now, this particular walk, I thought it was funny to see how close these zones are. Something that you may have noticed if you ever go for a walk or flight around Thanalan or the Shroud, is that you will not find a path to Limsa or Lanozea. Thanos says, do the same raid buffs stack? No. 2 copies of the same buff does not stack. The exception, and yes, that was a deliberate exception, is standard finish, which is not a raid buff, but 2 dancers partnering each other give visually, like, informationally and visually identical buffs. But, practically speaking, one of them is a giver buff and the other is a receiver buff. And they stack with each other. Which means that 2 dancers partnering each other can buff each other with standard finish. But that is the exception, singular. Some of you might be thinking, hey, but Red Mage has this thing. Red Mage's Embolden gives the Red Mage itself a distinctly different buff that only boosts magic damage and gives everyone else an all damage buff. Didn't Dragon Sight stack? Yes, it did. But here's an interesting thing. the reason why that was even something that people were aware of or even thought to look at was because each dragon site gave the recipient a new buff. Every single one gave a distinct new buff. We tested it. Then they removed dragon site. I do recognize this is where we were for the holiday special. But hey, now we've gone full circle. Now we don't have a random one where we start somewhere we haven't walked to. But, yeah, indeed, Cat, I get that. The thing is, for me, with Machinist on this, I'm like, I know that you don't have to be perfect. And I don't, like, if I'm playing Machinist randomly, I'm not, hey, Ninetails, hope you're doing well. I know everyone else had to come in through this discussion are doing well as well. With Machinist, it's like, there's a super strict rotation that leads to the maximum possible damage, right? But that's only really a thing if you have raid buffs to align for. Which means that it's not that important. But for me, I can, like, I've moved past that. Personally, I'm able to play Machinist and just go, well, I can't remember the optimal rotation, like, constantly. Like, I don't care enough. I don't play Machinist enough to know that. But it's very obvious that you're making a mistake when one of your tools drift. And incidentally, those kinds of issues are the same reason why I prefer some of the other jobs. Like, with Warrior, you can click inner release, like, as I discovered while we were proccing Ubu last week. I press inner release, and Garuda leaves, and I don't care, because she's going to be back to be served these fell cleaves just the same. Like, meanwhile, a Gunbreaker using No Mercy there is like, well, 1 GCD lost, 2 GCD lost. A Paladin using Fight or Flight at that moment, and that would be the same moment, will be like, right, 1 GCD lost, 2 GCD lost. And a Dark Knight, well, I guess they can just click Delirium and be fine. In the same way as Warrior. But, like, that's just an example of how flexible Warrior is. And what Sage has that stands out the most is that it, ironically, what stands out to me is that it doesn't have a raid buff. So it's not that bad if Flemma drifts slightly in between poles or whatever. But with Machinist, it's so obvious to me, it's difficult to look past. But with Dancer, I just don't mind as much, so I end up playing Dancer. For melee DPS, and this is probably like the pinnacle of all that, I prefer to play Viper, and what Viper has that none of the other melee DPS have is it has only 2 cooldowns. And one of them is one of those where it's like, I mean, it's a small damage gain, but, like, it doesn't kill you, and the charge time is relatively lenient, and because it isn't really part of your burst, you can just make sure it's, like, properly on cooldown before you start on something big. Which means that it's like, as you go through a duty, whether it's a dungeon, a trial, raid, whatever it is, there's one button that really matters. That's correct, Yannick. But basically, what also my favorite jobs have in common is that they tend to also be the ones that I have ranked as the easiest in a lot of their categories. Not fully, because I play Pictomancer, right? But I've stated that Viper is really easy. I've stated that Dancer is surprisingly easy. I've stated that Sage, I would say, is really easy. But that's like a pretty subjective thing. Like, it's usually either White Mage or Sage that people find easy. And it's also usually either Warrior or Paladin that people find really easy. It's really funny that every time I've like put out a video like that and said, I mean, Warrior is really easy and Paladin is really easy, and then by extension, Dark Knight must be harder than that. A lot of people are like, nah, Dark Knight is really easy. Dark Knight is pretty easy. And the hard part about Dark Knight is the difference between doing like 90% of what you have to do maximum damage and 100% of what you have to do maximum damage. Like, that's where the problems arrive. Which means that most players don't care. But there's also the part that, while we're on that subject real quick, I believe that the average player, and I'm not trying to put down anyone when I say that, I believe the average player of Final Fantasy XIV doesn't really care about burst windows and rate buff alignment. And if you look at Dark Knight and how it's like its burst is pretty much just random stuff go, and then consider that some of that random stuff you can just click it when it's there. Oh, I have more than I have enough MP to have a TBN in the bank and still be able to use something, so I'll just use Edge now. Then Dark Knight is really easy. Like, extremely easy, right? I would still personally say that Warrior is easier, but I could see that some players would say, no, Dark Knight is easier because Warrior is harder at low levels. How do you define average players, though? What I define as average player is we have players that are super hardcore, like a very small percentage, right? Then we have a percentage of players that do things like Savage Raiding and other hard content. Then we have players that dabble in that. I'm pretty sure that if you're Savage Raiding, you're no longer an average player. That's what I mean. I don't believe the average player Savage Raids, because I'm pretty sure the average player is a very, very big slice. Warrior has a bit more to set up for optimal burst than Dark Knight. That's true, Perrin, but my experience of that is still that Warrior is punished much less for not bothering than Dark Knight. As I said a little bit earlier, is that last week it turned out that my M1S clear, I had a 98 as Warrior. And as far as I know, I didn't try to optimize. I'm pretty sure I actually used Tomahawk a few times. That's probably crit RNG, right? But I wasn't actively optimizing. Not to that degree that I would expect that high. It's called lucky crits. That's true, Perrin, but it is a Warrior, so it's probably a combination of damage variance and lucky crits where you can have a lucky crit. Matthew says, if you're finished 7.0 MSQ, you're not an average player by some definitions. I would say by my definition, I would say that average player covers players that have cleared the MSQ and players that haven't. But we have a huge amount of players that haven't. Rillian says, so the clear of E4S means I'm not average anymore. I would say that there's probably an even smaller percentage of players that go out of their way to proc an old Savage synced than players that will proc the current Savage. Cat says, I checked 2 Tomahawks. I believe that must have been when I was repositioning Black Cat for the clones. A standalone optimized rotation should be passing 90th percentile regularly. Yeah, and if we don't have a random, bunch of deaths or wipes or anything, well, rather, random deaths, I usually pass above 80 without bothering. Specifically on M1S, to be clear. But that's maybe going a little bit too deep in the weeds of it all. My point is basically that, in my opinion, the distance from just throw stuff at the enemy to trying to do a little bit of optimization is there's a lot more benefit there for Dark Knights than Warrior. But then, as Perrin also added, once you've reached that goal of I've started to try and optimize a bit, moving past that to perfection, Warrior might be a little harder. But that's the reason why usually when I make my difficulty comparisons that I place Paladin and Warrior on easy, and then I place Dark Knight and Gunbreaker in the harder section, because perfection, to me, like the whole optimization spectrum feels like Dark Knight is harder than Warrior. But that can also just be a subjective thing. How's it, Gleaming? Hope you're doing well. And that is also true, Gleaming. The thing is, it's difficult because exactly passing and how you rank on a pass depends on who you're competing with. Like, a 98 isn't an objective measure that you're that good. Because a 98, it could be a 95. Like I say a 95. A 95 would mean, for those that don't know how FFLogs works, it basically means that performance you just did is better than 95% of performances on this fight. I believe that beat the fight, right, in that context. But give it a week, give it 2 weeks, give it a bunch of weeks, give it a month. There will be people that beat you, and now your 95 is a 94, or a 93, or a 92, or a 91, or a 90, or not even 90. It could drop a lot depending on how many beat you. And sometimes a job that is unpopular would have an easier time getting a relatively high pass because the other people actually playing that job are not trying as hard. Like, we can assume that the first red mage, like the red mage that gets the highest pass will be the one that didn't have to res anyone the first time, right? How do you even get those ratings in the first place? The way that FFLogs works is that so, just to be clear, we've talked about this many times before. The way that third-party tools in Final Fantasy XIV works is that in terms of what's legal, you're not allowed to use any tools. That's the official ruling. You're not allowed to use any third-party tools. But in the way that it is handled is that, for the most part, it's Fight Club rules. If you don't say anything in-game about you having tools, you don't abuse the tools for evil, you basically just act like you don't have them when you're in-game, then it's incredibly unlikely you will be punished for having them, as long as you don't say it. That is also the reason why plugins that rely on other players for functionality, they often use code names to refer to them without stating them, obviously. FFLogs relies, I believe, on ACT, which is Advanced Combat Tracker. That's a DPS meter, right? Again, no one will know that you have a DPS meter if you just act like you don't have one. If you never comment on the other player's damage output, then it's left up for interpretation whether you do or do not have a DPS meter. And as long as you don't make it clear, then you're not in danger. Now, then this data from ACT is sent to FF logs, and they then, analyze it and then put it up for people to see. You can make a log private if you want. You can even set it up so that passes that involve your character are invisible, but because it's opt-out and not opt-in, it usually raises a red flag for a lot of people if your character profile is invisible or blank. Because why have you made it private? Are you hiding something, right? Which is kind of the problem with making it opt-out rather than opt-in. I would say it should have been opt-in. It should. Like, if you really think about it, deep down, even those that love to look at logs, it should be opt-in. I would say, like, there's nothing wrong with it, like, just showing anonymous characters in the logs for those that haven't opted in, but it should be opt-in. Because by it being opt-out, it means that it becomes awkward to actually opt-out. And yeah, ACT can do a lot more than that, Delane, but now we're focused on how does the parsing work. And that's not important for this conversation. That it can do other things. It can do a lot of things. Now, these logs are then sent to FF logs. And a parse, which is like the number to the far left on such a log, indicates, like for your damage output for instance, how well you performed relative to other logs published for this specific encounter, usually in the specific patch that it took place, and it is relative to other players of the same job as you. So for instance, a warrior getting a 95 means that on M1S means that in 7.1 means that the warrior beat 95% of the warrior logs, or rather logs that includes a warrior and specifically the warrior's performance in patch 7.1 on M1S. Like, it's so specific because it has to be. It would be a bit antithetical to the purpose if it was opt-in. How so, Perrin? Interestingly, Jiriki, did you know that Tombstone website relies on FF logs for that? Did you know that? But yeah, the people that gatekeep with that are, of course, lunatics. But in some ways, it's probably understandable. Because this kind of gatekeeping is a counter response to the way that a lot of players seem to. I don't know how widespread the problem is. It's probably not as bad as it sounds. It's just that a few bad eggs, right? Some players will hop into groups and basically do the fake it till you make it. And the thing is, that's what's often called prog lying, I believe. And the thing is, fake it till you make it is that. And the reason why you say fake it till you make it is the make it part. If you can't actually make it, then you're a liar. But if you can falsely claim that you can do X, and then you do X, then it's irrelevant that technically you've never demonstrated that you can do X before. And there's just enough of this kind of problems for some players to feel that it is necessary to use these kind of tools to police it. But for the most part, I just don't think it's necessary. There's also the part that we've seen this specifically in the context of Chaotic Raid, that people have started going like, oh, you need this many clears so that we know that you're good. I mean, you could be garbage in 5 clears and just have a really, like, have a lot of time. And you still have 5 clears. So that doesn't really solve it, right? Parent says it goes back to what I talked about a couple days ago. One of the foundational purposes of logging is being able to sift through the players. I only have limited time and I want good players. If a player isn't logging but is a good player, how would I know they're a good player aside from trust me, bro? I feel in my bones that I'm good. Well, see, that's the trick, Perrin. If it is opt-in, what is shown publicly, then a person who doesn't know what logging is or haven't logged themselves will likely be basically set to hidden by default. Then if you run into a player that is that, you can just go, hey, why is it I can't see any logs on your name? And they're like, any what? And then you can be like, hey, can you go on this website and like opt into that? And then they can just say no. Like, then they can just say no. Now that's a different that's a different conversation, but I think part of the logic just is that there isn't, I don't know if there's enough of a need for it to be not opt-in, rather. But I get what you mean, Perrin. I get what you mean. I would also say that if it was opt-in and not opt-out, it sort of gives a false sense of security. Also, hey Alejandro, hope you're doing well. By which I mean, if you're playing an online game on the internet, you honestly can't be surprised if someone recorded you. Like, you enter a universe where anyone can be basically wearing a camera, and you can't know. So assuming that you're being recorded all the time is the safest way to go about it. Which means, for example, put your best foot forward, don't be a jerk on the internet, because you're probably being recorded. Try your best. If you're having a bad day, that's okay. That's okay, but try as good as you can, right? Like, this goes back to a lot of things that I've talked about before, that because you're involving other players and what you're doing by being online, at least treat those players like you want to be treated. And like, this goes back to a classic example of you have a player that is like either not trying at all or sandbagging, right? They're basically playing poorly. If they're playing poorly because they're bad, they'll grow into it eventually, right? They'll figure it out eventually. But if they're playing bad deliberately because they CBA getting good, and when I say getting good, I don't mean, oh, you need a perfect optimal opener and rotation. I just mean, you know, don't sit at 10k MP all the time when you're playing Dark Knight. Again, because the funny thing is, when I have people that say that they get worried that they will end up being recorded, it's like, the thing that I think about there is, why is it that would be scary? Because the only things that I can conclude from that is, are you deliberately playing bad and then scared that someone will, like, basically throw you under the bus for that? Or are you just afraid of cameras? If that's the case, that's understandable. Like some people are scared of being recorded, but as I said, if you're playing Final Fantasy XIV, you're in a universe where anyone, like actually, I am holding an invisible camera right now. And everyone here could hypothetically be holding their own invisible camera. There's like a dozen possible cameras here if someone were to pass through. Like, I don't know, like bots usually pass through here. Sometimes they grow out of the ground and we'll see them and capture them on our cameras. So like that's just like in that specific aspect, that's just something you have to accept, right? It'll happen. Asen says, one time I queued for Alliance Roulette and got kicked for not playing optimally. That is insane. And I'm relatively sure that if you had written down all the names, at least you could realistically report all 7 players in your alliance, or at least some of them. Because you... Just for clarity there, when you right-click to vote dismiss someone, you have to choose a reason, and they're not playing optimally isn't on the list. Kicking is a gray area because sometimes it is seen as okay to kick someone if that particular party member disagrees so heavily with the rest of the group in the way that they want the duty to be played, that the best solution is to just say, look, you'll have to find a different group. Like, for instance, you have someone in the group that decides they want to walk the entire dungeon. If the rest of the group doesn't agree with that, then there is technically a good argument for kicking them. They will have to find a group that agrees with them walking through the entire duty. But you're not playing optimally, I'm pretty sure, doesn't fall under that. There's of course a difference between, like, there's a lot of steps here, and saying I was kicked because I wasn't playing optimally can mean a lot of things, but I'm pretty sure in an alliance raid, I can't see anything other than you were not playing being justification for being kicked. And see, that's also what happens, Yannick. Yannick says, remember that one guy that was insulting me for using strength in Eureka Authors? Yes, I do remember. The context for those that didn't hear about it, basically, Yannick was doing a run of Eureka Authors. I believe it was with 3 strangers. And Yannick was playing Pictomancer. Stranger was playing Viper. It doesn't matter what their name is. And Yannick, like, basically the group picked up a Pommand of Strength that makes you do 30% more damage for 8 minutes, I believe. And Yannick used it. Because Yannick knows that the first 40 floors of Eureka Authors is weirdly balanced, and you kind of want those strengths used in those 40 floors rather than the, I believe, 20 floors that follow after that. So let it rip. Boom. Pommand of Strength. And the Viper got furious that this Pictomancer decided they deserve the first Pommand of Strength. And basically the group disbanded, like, well, at least the Viper left at that point. I said my piece on it before, but basically my point of view on that was, what did they expect to happen? If the Viper had used the Strength, then Yannick could have, you know, flipped it on them and gone, why do you think you deserve to have the first Strength? Like, it doesn't matter which one of the DPS used it. Also that, Perrin, Pictomancer was probably the better choice. That's really annoying, Scubbermurph. Perrin says, technically playing the class wrong is not playing the class optimally, like the healer playing as a DPS and ignoring the duties of a healer. That's true, but I would say that there's as I said, I would say there's a difference between playing a job optimally, playing a job well, and playing a job to an acceptable level, you know, good enough. And there's a huge distance from that to playing it straight up wrong. Yeah, exactly, Perrin. Like, it reminds me of... I think I made a video about this a long time ago at this point, which was about... It might have been caught up in the mistakes role makes series, but a specific mistake that I've seen has been particularly clear with jobs that have multiple damage buffs, whether it's raid buffs or personal buffs, doesn't matter. The way this mistake plays out is that... what's a good example of this? Dragoon used to be a really good example. It's still pretty good because it still has 3, but let's take Dragoon. Instead of a Dragoon going, okay, I'm gonna burst, Battle Litany, Lance Charge, Gaishgagul, they'll use Battle Litany, and then after 20 seconds, they'll use Lance Charge, and then after 20 seconds, they'll use Gaishgagul. Or maybe they'll do it in a different order, but what you may be noticing here is that by doing this, they're technically benefiting from a damage buff for a full minute instead of only 20 seconds. And that means that they're doing more damage for longer. Basically, by doing this, exactly rotating the damage cooldowns, by doing this, they raise the valley in their damage a bit. Like, basically, the bottom of their damage output is raised a bit, but the peak is dropped a lot because, you know, Gaishgagul now doesn't benefit from those 2 buffs. And you should be using Strength on the Viper first instead of the Pictomancer, because the Viper is a little weaker in this particular content. Is the same kind of logic of, instead of making the highest peak higher, you make the lowest valley higher. Exactly, Perrin. It sounds nice in theory, but it reveals a fundamental misunderstanding of how the game works. There's also the additional details of, specifically with Final Fantasy XIV, that because you have so many attacks with cooldowns, concentrating those buffs in that window, like, we don't even need to talk about how raid buffs stack, we just talk about that they do. Like, even if Gaishgagul didn't give damage, like back in Endwalker, it's still better to use, like, all of the stuff that comes from Gaishgagul during Lance Charge than not during Lance Charge. Things like that, like logic like that. But because raid buffs stack multiplicatively, it just, like, amplifies this even more. It is really interesting. I have a video specifically explaining how diminishing returns work, and that also explains how raid buffs stack, because it is the same concept. I've talked about this before, but let's take it again, just for the sake of it. Hey Shaq, hope you're doing well. Basically, when you hear about diminishing returns, it usually sounds like it's like some sort of invention that makes thing bad. Like, it's not, that's how the math works. It's, this thing is designed with diminishing returns, like it's as if it's some sort of property that is added to it. But diminishing returns, thank you, Aradil, is basically just math. To take a simple example, if you have Rampart active, and also your 40% damage reduction cooldown, I don't care which one it is, but 20% and 40%. You start by taking 100% damage, right? And then you take 20% less damage, which is the same as taking 100% minus 20%, which is 80%. Which leads to you taking 80% damage, right? Then you take those 80% and do the same thing. We go 100% minus 40%, which is 60%, of course. And that gives, let me just 48%, which notably is not equal to, oh, I don't know, 40%, which is what you would have expected if they stacked additively, right? Which additively means that it would have been 20% plus 40%, just added together, you get 60% damage reduction. This is diminishing returns. In a nutshell, this is diminishing returns. That's it. That's all. A thing that can be a little confusing is that to actually figure out what we're looking at here, you have to basically convert damage reduction into actual damage taken, which is why the end result is 48%, meaning you're taking 48% damage as opposed to you're reducing damage by 52%, which is also true. Like, that is also the case. The reason why this is the exact same way that damage buffs work is that, and this is a simple example with Dragoon, right? You do 100% damage, and then you use Lance Charge, which makes you do 10% more damage, which is like this. Or it could be 100% plus 10%, right? If I just stacked enough Tenacity. I mean, just stack enough Tenacity. Actually, that's a pretty funny thing, is that Tenacity is technically a permanent defensive cooldown that has diminishing returns with your cooldowns. You taking like 16% less damage because you have a ton of Tenacity means that Rampart is a sixth worse, because that's how they stack. But that's the problem when you're reducing a number. If you're reducing a number, diminishing return, let's see, determination versus directed for the rolls is another example of diminishing returns. In a way, yes. But that requires a bit more math to actually get to. But with the Lance Charge example here, this of course equals 110%, right? And then you use Geishgagul, which means you take the 110% times 115%, which is an awesome number to calculate, by the way. And that means by just using Geishgagul and Lance Charge together, it just means that you just get a free... Whoops. A free 1.5% extra damage. Just because you use them together, they just get, like, this one is like a special package deal. You just get that on top because you use them together. I'll say Sunthrown and Bundy, hope you're doing well. Exactly, Orion. See, Sunfirm says, wait, what? Tenacity actually makes cooldowns worse? Now I understand why it's advised to not take it. That's not exactly how it works, Sunthrone. That's not exactly how it works. I've been told some people want to keep my doodles, so I'll not throw it out. It's basically like, it's just the way the way math works on Throne, but the reason why you're advised to not take Tenacity is simply because, and this is an actual example we got from the Endsinger farm stream. And also a build that Zarv has put together. Zarv managed to make a Tenacity optimizing build in best in slot pieces before Chaotic existed, and I believe the trade-off was minus 3% DPS on a tank, right? You lose 3% DPS, but you gain approximately 16.6% damage reduction. from Tenacity. And just to be clear, this is after we've considered that there's Tenacity in the best in slot set at that time, which means basically, would you sacrifice 3% DPS for all damage you take to be cut down to like 5/6 of what it would have been? Some of you might be looking at it and going, obviously yes. Like, I'm trading so little. Those 3% DPS, I'm a tank anyway, so like 3% DPS from me is not that bad, right? But the reason why it is often the case that people would look at the Tenacity and go, it's not worth it, and still say no, is because you can survive all attacks you're meant to take without this. And this helps you kill the boss faster. So you'd actually, like, I would actually imagine if you had the ability to flip this and go, what if I could take 1/6 more damage and gain 3% DPS? I'm pretty sure some people would say yes, please. Also, hey, BB Love, hope you're doing well. We actually came from that conversation, exactly that. Even if damage buffs didn't stack in Final Fantasy XIV, we have so many like cooldown attacks that concentrating it in a smaller window, like concentrating your damage buffs in a smaller window, is better. That was Blood for Blood in Heavensward, Kai. That was Blood for Blood in Stormblood. I'm pretty sure they changed it to Lance Charge in either Shadowbringers or Endwalker. But yeah, exactly. Although I believe Blood for Blood was more like you do and take X% more damage. Can the 3% be made up by a healer not needing to be on the tank as often with damage reduction so pumped up? Remark? Basically, I actually have a video on this. My most recent video on Tenacity. I basically finish with that suggestion of okay, let's run that back and say, what if taking taking 1/6 damage reduction, right? You take 1/6 less damage. If that equals healer DPS, would that be worth it? And the problem is, outside of prog, like where you're actually like pushing to beat a fight you haven't beaten before, this is never true. This is basically never true. By which I mean, this is false. The healer will not gain additional attack opportunities by you taking less damage, because you and the healers have plenty of healing between you in OGCD options that it doesn't really help to take even less damage. That's basically the end of the line. That is also the reason why in that video that my conclusion on is Tenacity still bad is because of the buffs Tenacity received in Dawntrail. And I'm going to like include this whole thing because some people might not know the rest of the story. Because of how strong Tenacity became, because Tenacity got buffed in Dawntrail, Tenacity is actually alright as a damage stat if it's your only choice. As in, having a little bit of Tenacity is not too bad. If it's packaged with crit, you'd probably rather have crit Tenacity than Determination Directed, for instance. Like, Tenacity is not too bad. But aside from that, Tenacity is mainly helpful in a situation where you're prog raiding, like in a hard duty, and you, the tank, for some reason, are dying. to damage that no one else is dying to. Like, for instance, you're taking too much auto attack damage from a savage boss. Why? But you are. It's the same logic as healers going, well, if you're running out of MP, then you need more tenacity. Not tenacity. You need more tenacity. You need more piety so you can get more MP. But in most situations, the reason you're running out of MP is because something else is going wrong. So that's probably not it. But that can help in the moment. That's basically where tenacity becomes good in the same way. Is that it allows the tank to reduce the damage they take even further. I would say what I've noticed when I was proccing M4S is that the tank busters in phase 1 hit so hard that, like, even if we did them correctly, like by tank switching, I would still not feel comfortable taking them. Like, they hit way too hard. It's just, like, when the easiest solution is invulned, then you know something's up. But maybe it would be a lot safer if both tanks were stacking tenacity, right? But why would you do that? If they made it so bosses could crit auto attacks again, then... I mean, if bosses could crit auto attacks, it wouldn't make tenacity better. It would just mean that, like, whether you have tenacity or not wouldn't change the fact that tanks would just sometimes just randomly die. Like, that's just the way it's going to be. And also it would not be fun. Like, there's a reason why they made bosses not be able to auto-attack crit. Because it makes it so that sometimes you'll wipe to a boss because the boss was lucky, which doesn't feel great. But yeah, long story short, the reason why we generally see tenacity as bad, or at least pointless, is because of optimization. I've talked about this many times, but essentially, we have a damage variance in all attacks nowadays. Yeah, we do have that. We do have that. That's true, Yuriki. But it's not too big, so it's not too bad. But yeah, the reason why is simply that, well, I think some of it comes down to how they balance hard content as well. Let's say, for the sake of example, that a new Savage boss is released. Like a new Savage raid tier is released, right? And the way that it typically goes is that the bosses are balanced in such a way that they're beatable, technically, in basically the crafted gear and full pentamelt, right? Maybe a few drops is usually how the world firsters get it done. But what if they released a new raid tier where if the crafted item level... Need another blackboard. Reminds me of when I went to university. You have like the professors like to like move the blackboard so that they don't clean the one you're writing notes from. You have a boss. The first boss. Let's call the raid. We call it Z like that. So it's Z1 to 4S, right? Weird that your blackboard isn't greenish. Well, I mean, the university I went to, most of the blackboards were black. So if we say that X is the item level of crafted gear, right? Which means that X plus 20, not 200, just 20k, is Savage drops. Then, typically we would have Z1 S require and expect X item level. Imagine, and this is just a hypothetical, it's just hypothetical, imagine if they actually balanced it such that the second boss expects you to have 5 item levels more, and the next boss after that expects you to have 5 item levels more, and the final boss, of course, expects you to have 5 item levels more. And you might say, well, how would they do that? Well, if the boss expects you to be this strong, then the initial raid wide will probably kill someone who's only this strong. The reason why I suggest this idea is that part of the reason, I believe, part of the reason that Tenacity is basically pointless, basically the raids in Heavensward, I don't know, were they like that in Heavensward? Part of the reason why Tenacity isn't super helpful, and other defensively minded stats like Piety, is because this isn't the case, and this isn't the case, and this isn't the case. So that means that if they expect this, but by the time you get to here, you're like, you know, not quite here yet, but somewhere in between that, right? But the number 4 expects just X. That means you technically overgeared the duty before you see it. Hypothetically, anyway. But because they design it like that, it means that that initial raid wide will not kill someone with this much stats, because it's designed that way, right? And if they made the final boss expect this, then a tank in any less than this, without Tenacity, will probably get clobbered by those auto attacks, unless the entire raid is like working together, like, I don't know, like shuffling defensive cooldowns on the main tank. Like, instead of having a healer go, oh, a tank buster's coming, I should give them Aqua Veil. You have like 2 auto attacks are coming. That would of course be insanely difficult to balance in a way where this makes any sense. But that's exactly why it is really hard to make Tenacity and otherwise defensive stats any good. Because players have gotten so good at optimizing everything, I've talked about this before, that basically I've already crossed off World of Warcraft on the bingo card, so whoop-de-doo. We like, this is another case of they tried, is that from Mists of Pandaria to Waters of Draenor, they mega nerfed self-sustain and healing potential of healers, so that basically in Mists of Pandaria, a raid-wide was likely to basically make your HP bar go from, you know, this to this. Because if it didn't do that much damage, then the healers would go, I'm bored. Because they have the capacity to just go, whee! Multiple times per minute. Just. So the bosses have to, in turn, be just as strong at deleting your HP bar. Zepcast says, I mean, Wrath of Zeus and Wicked Thunder does that. But see, here's the difference, Zepcast. In Final Fantasy XIV, they're moving towards this situation. But the way that it looks right now is, what does Wicked Thunder do after Wrath of Zeus? Blam! Ah, right. Teleport to the north. Whip! Alright, dodge this if you can! And everyone dodges it. and then jumps to the middle, dodge this if you can, and then it actually does damage to 4 players, but it means that there's like 30 seconds for you to actually recover from that. Wicked Thunder and Azure Thunder is the same in that both of them is like, she's like, alright, we just had a mechanic. Like, almost every time you've seen me use Shake It Off on Wicked Thunder in that specific context, or Azure Thunder, it comes in the context of me sitting there actually looking at the boss going, am I lagging out? Is she bugging out? She's not doing anything. Why is she not doing anything? Oh, right, shake it off. Boop. And then she starts casting. Like, she takes so long to do something that she's basically like, well, we just had a mechanic. I need to make sure they're ready for the next one. Then she lets it rip. And then you're like, oh, we need to heal up again. But she takes another 10 seconds before she actually hits you again. Like, yes, Final Fantasy XIV has reached the point where the bosses go BAM! And you take like 90% of your HP in damage, unless you're a tank. Unless that's a tank buster. But the bosses basically go slap! Okay, your turn. Oh, you chose to heal up fully? Awesome. That's exactly what I wanted. But in World of Warcraft, in Mr. Pandaria, like the particular one that I always think about is TOHK? Fuck. TOHK. It's a big dinosaur. Its entire gimmick is that it spams a raid wipe that interrupts spell casts, and it spams it more and more and more and more and more and more and more until the point where it's basically just every GZD you'll get interrupted unless you have some sort of, I don't know, you're only using instant casts or you're affected by something that makes you immune to interrupts, and you basically have to heal through all that until the boss gets transitioned to a different phase, which it does in a specific way that is not important to the story. But the point is, the boss basically had to spam you with full raid-wide interrupt so that you can't just spam the equivalent of Cure 3, and players still found a way to heal through it, no problem. Then, in Warlords of Draenor, they basically mega-nerfed all of this. Just all of it. With the logic of, well, couldn't we just make it so that that fights go slower? So that instead of you basically having to heal up fully all the time, we make the enemies hit softer, and then we make the players recover slower, so that you actually have time to think. Instead of it just being constant danger all the time. And as far as I know, the way this ultimately played out was that in Mr. Pandaria, a boss doing something that is threatening means that you need to respond immediately. A boss doing something threatening in Warlords of Draenor means that you have like, 30 seconds before you have to do anything, but technically, because it takes you a while to heal them, you could like just kinda half-seas heal them throughout the fight, and then as the fight progresses, you'll see your raid like gradually get shaven down until the boss dies first. Which means that by making the gameplay go slower, players didn't go, oh, now we can like relax a bit with the healing. They went, how much damage can we get out of that? How much more optimization can we get out of that? How much more DPS can we pump out of that? Again, no, Zav. Basically, if an expansion that is... If old content that is more than 2 expansions old is not soloable, then people actually start complaining. I've seen this in real time. Oh boy, lag spike again. Let me hear it, YouTube. Am I not sending enough? Are you not receiving enough? Are we good? Ah, yeah, you're not receiving enough. Of course not. I'm not lagging. Not as far as I know. Fun. I think I'm back. Well, that's good, Suzaku. Like, that's what I said, is that if my settings are correct, it should just be like, if you're slightly behind, it should be able to recover before you notice. I think. Still annoying. But yeah, basically, I'll just repeat it to be sure. Basically, if content is more than, like, if it's not the previous expansion and it's not the current expansion, then your average WoW player would typically expect that the content is soloable. But this is basically a really long-winded way of me saying, basically, oh, that's a little surprise. Hey, Ross Play Games, thank you so much for the support, and welcome to the Cult of the Pink. Thank you so much. Hope you enjoy the emotes. Thank you. that was really a surprise. So Mythic Shadowlands WoW raids are expected to be soloable. I don't know. It has been a while since I've bothered to look at it, but let's just say that I would expect that they would expect it. I think it's possible things have changed a bit since the level squish, I'm not sure, but yes. Essentially, yes, Matthew. And there's no such thing as synced content, aside from time walking, which is not quite that, and it's like an event. But yeah, my point being, in this whole long-winded story here that I'm making, is that if, like, what we're slowly moving towards, I'm expecting, is that the time we're going to be given to do this, to circle back to that little joke I made before, with the boss going, BLAM! Your go. The your go part of it will be shorter, and there will be a higher probability that they will, you know, be more aggressive with it. Ninetale says, I think every Shadowlands Mythic raid has a boss you can't solo. See, that's actually a funny thing, is that the way I came across the concept of players being mad that an old raid wasn't soloable was in Battle for Azeroth, which is 2 expansions after Waters of Draenor. There were players that were mad that there was a boss in... What's the second raid called? I didn't play World of Draenor that much. Not that long. Iron Furnace, something like that? Sorry, the second raid in World of Draenor. Blackrock Foundry, thank you. That there was a boss that wasn't soloable, ergo, the raid wasn't soloable. And it's 2 expansions old, so what gives? Like, that was what I observed, and I had multiple people complain about that. I saw multiple. So, as I was saying, basically what we're going to see, I expect, is that as our healers get more and more powerful, and other jobs get more and more powerful, we will need less time for the boss to go, brah, your turn, because you'll be able to just go, and then everyone's fully healed immediately, right? Like, that time will be shorter and shorter, and the only way that Final Fantasy XIV can sway from that path is if they, I don't know, try to do something different. Because if they do the same thing that World of Warcraft did, then we know exactly where they're going. And I've said this before, the reason why I end up talking about World of Warcraft so often is because a lot of the time when people go, couldn't they just do this thing? I can just look at World of Warcraft and go, well, they tried that, and it didn't work there. Like, for instance, when the stat squish came to Final Fantasy XIV, I wasn't even, like, it didn't even raise an eyebrow for me when we passed Shadowbringers levels of power immediately when Dawntrail came out. Because the same thing happened in Legion. Like, Mists of Pandaria, things are out of whack. Waters of Draenor, stat squish. Legion, stats are even more out of whack. Like, every time Final Fantasy XIV tries to do a thing that World of Warcraft has tried, it's a very high probability that I basically go, well, I know where this is going. Sarah says, Final Fantasy tried quick, hard-hitting bosses. The result is Bahamut. It wasn't all that fun. Well, I mean, that was also at a time where the players were slower, because they had less options. You think there's a chance they stat squish again? Probably. Possibly. Maybe. I wouldn't leave it off the table, at least. Also, Alejandro says, is WoW any good as well? What is the general opinion about WoW? How different is it from 14? World of Warcraft is a lot faster. Rotations are more on the go, rather than like strict. You do this opener and then you just go like do like this. Like it's a lot more like reaction based than planning. At least with retail World of Warcraft. World of Warcraft is, however, also generally known to be a lot more toxic than Final Fantasy XIV, or at least openly more toxic than Final Fantasy XIV. Because... And yeah, exactly, Ninetales. The reason why I say rotation is because, for some reason, in MMORPG lingo, we've just decided that rotation is the general term for the things you do when you attack. But yes, technically, Final Fantasy XIV is more rotation, but not fully. And World of Warcraft is more priority. I believe the part of the reason why is because in World of Warcraft, there were certain specializations that could be played almost with one button, because you could just make a macro with the full sequence. And it was literally a rotation, like as in, do this, then this, then this, and this, and this, and this, and then back to one. Do you think that that first-party DPS meters are a source of the toxicity in WoW? Does World of Warcraft have first-party DPS meters? Because what I'm pretty sure World of Warcraft has is legal third-party DPS meters. What is better for the casual player, World of Warcraft or Final Fantasy? Final Fantasy. Final Fantasy XIV doesn't expect you... It expects not a fraction of the time that World of Warcraft expects of you if you want to be the best. Final Fantasy XIV is designed in such a way where you can just come back and pick it up whenever you want, whereas in World of Warcraft there's a much higher probability that you'll be way behind if you come back in the middle of an expansion. Final Fantasy XIV also has a lot more casual focused content, just in general. So if you're a casual player, Final Fantasy XIV is probably the better choice. I would say World of Warcraft just in general is a more hardcore game, but that doesn't mean that Final Fantasy XIV isn't also able to be hardcore. It's just that World of Warcraft is like targeting that more. I mean, people in WoW will kick a first-timer from a random dungeon because they're not doing enough DPS, and the reason they're not doing enough DPS is because they don't have heirloom gear that they couldn't have because they're a new player. That happens. Fun. Fem says, I think they're going to do the easiest thing, which is to not change anything else and just add a new kind of level, and the only thing different will be Scholar and Summoner separate. That will not happen. Scholar and Summoner is unlikely to be separated. I'm pretty sure we've gotten word from either Yoshi P or a different developer associated, or a developer associated with Final Fantasy XIV. I'm pretty sure it was Yoshi P that said that they regret making Scholar and Summoner the way they did. Because they're basically in the code, they're like fully intertwined, and they're scared that if they try to pull them apart, something else explodes. So they're just not going to. They might make the jobs different. They're going to be job mastery levels. I reiterate, Fem, that this level and this level is not two separate numbers in the code, is basically what they're getting at. This level and this level is the Arcanist level, and they can't separate them. Like, they both point to Arcanist, and they're scared that things will explode if they try to pull them apart in any way. They would have to add a new level system altogether to do that. That could be that job mastery thing you're suggesting, but I'm just saying that I based on what we've been told, I cannot imagine that they would go in and make this change. It's just, it doesn't really matter. It's hard to say, Ilana. Let's say, my perception of how the player base in World of Warcraft is maybe slightly skewed or strange. Maybe I should explain that. Most of the way that I play, like, here's an idea. There's a content creator named Preach Gaming. He has played Final Fantasy XIV quite a lot. I'm not sure if he still does, but he has. And for years, he tried to explain to basically his viewers, right, that all those players basically trying to raid through the equivalent of going into Party Finder, but in World of Warcraft, were basically doing themselves a disservice. They were basically shooting themselves in the foot by doing that, because all of the garbage they have to deal with, oh, you need to have this crazy item level requirement just to get in, people expecting you to play perfectly or you get kicked, all this insane toxicity disappears when you get into a raid team. The moment you have set foot inside a good raid team, it all goes away. And he has never had to deal with all these problems. And he actually made a little series back in World of Warcraft Legion where he made a character anonymously. Like, he didn't stream on it, he didn't make any videos on it, he made a character, if I remember correctly, specifically a pure DPS class as well, so that he couldn't, you know, just tank or heal for groups. He played a warlock, if I remember correctly. So that he basically had to deal with all this garbage. And he found a way forward. But he still reiterated, once he had beaten the raid tier on that alt, that you don't have to do all this. You don't have to do all this. Just join a raid team. And most of my experience of doing hard content in World of Warcraft has been, if I want to raid, I join a raid team. You don't just raid. That's not the way to do it. That's not how this works. If you want to raid, you join a raid team. Things go in boxes. Raiding goes in the raid team box. So if you don't have a raid team, you don't raid. Things like that. So I never had that problem. And when I wanted to do other hard content, I had friends in the raid team that I did that hard content with. Which means that I was indirectly shielded from a lot of this toxicity. And if I leveled an alt through dungeons or something, I was usually pretty good at you know, just playing. Which meant, because I had heirlooms and all that, I was never the target of those people that were like, ah, kick this person, they're bad. And I would be the guy clicking no. Catfish Jr. says, I like the way Warrior looks and plays from your video. What other tank would you suggest for a second one, so I'm not playing the same job and not get bored? I mean, Paladin is a good one if you want to play two tanks. But genuinely, any combination of two tanks you could go with. Good luck, Jiriki. And thank you so much, Adam Striker. I'm glad you enjoyed them. Ninetales says you can't actually do Mythic realistically in a puck, right? You can. And the players that generally do are a lot more toxic. Because of course they are. But it's basically my point there being that my journey through World of Warcraft has been shielded a lot from the toxicity because I basically played it in a way that dodged a lot of it. Also, that's silly. Well, WoW feels kind of like, well, all the nice people are in statics, so of course. But yeah, that's a lot. By the way, I just remembered we have a whole bunch of clips. So maybe we should get behind some of those before all the time is gone. Let me see here. Whoops. I just realized I had a manuscript for a future video on screen. I think some of you saw that. But yeah, if you have a clip... What was the last raid tier you played in WoW? The last raid in Legion. But I actually only did that casually. I had made some friends that were so good that if I wanted to raid, I didn't even have to be in a raid team. They just made a puck and they were just good at finding the correct people. Consistently. So I mainly just pucked that a bit, and puck means pickup group, and pickup group means party finder. And Tauros, yeah. And I actually raided in a raid team for Tumasageras. Well, Zuzako, I read the manuscript for the voiceover for my videos. We saw your wallpaper for a frame or two. Oh, you can see that if you want. Okay, apparently you can't. Nope, you can't, apparently. 14 says no, you must look at me. Puck raiding just means you do the raiding with a small dog. Actually, if you do, like, one of the... there's an achievement in World of Warcraft for doing content with the looking for group tool, and that achievement gives you a pug pet. As in a small dog. Right, let's see. I have clips from Viek, Annie, Orion, Emir, Hiraheen, Ridlian, Zaf, Garcel, and Cat. I'm pretty sure you're all here, right? Well, I don't think I've seen Viek, and I don't think I've seen Annie, but and I don't think I've seen Emir, but at least a large part of them are here. Is Ridley in here? Because it's a rather short clip. So we could start with that one. It says here you have a clip. Isn't this your clip, Ridlian? You posted this. I'm pretty sure you sent this. Do you have any words to share on this? It's called Miko's Grace. Do I have any notes on it? And my notes just say it's a silly clip, so I don't know if it's if there's anything special about it. Is Cobalt here? I know Cobalt is not available during the time where I do these streams. But what you can do, Ridlian, is or someone else can, you know, write down the time of the stream right now. and then like poke Cobalt and be like, oh, by the way, Kai watched this clip that you probably want to see. I know, silly. Ymir usually comes in super late for these streams. They show up at all when they're, you know, they have work. What is happening there? Oh, okay. It's the simplified balance gauge, and because of the way the recording kinda panned out, they kinda merged together. So I was like, is that one gauge? Just one? I'm pretty sure Red Mage doesn't have that. What is this? The simplified gauge is a sprout. It has become sprout. Good ready check. Good pull timer. 10-second pull timer. I just want to mention real quick. I'm guessing that it's like you're just proccing, you're not focusing on maximum damage. But Cobalt is a dancer. And optimally, you want to use standard step when the pull timer hits 15, I believe. I think Giraheen would know better. I'm pretty sure it's either 15 or 15.5. Like, basically, the pull timers that we set to 16 seconds typically is half because of dancers and half because of samurai. The reason is that this allows the dancer to use standard finish immediately and then still be able to use standard step again during technical finishes buff. It's like a really, like, it's a relatively small thing when it really comes to it, and I'm sure that your proc here isn't barred by DPS. It's just, I would just mention that Cobalt would probably benefit from having a 16-second pull timer and then standard step on the 15-second. And then you do, you know, your 2 steps, and then it goes, you know, 14, 13, blah, 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 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, and standard finish. And you will notice that you will go down to, like, the buff will be at 1 second for standard step to end, and that's when you press it. And a Dragoon if there was one? Why would Dragoon need to do that? They're probably not going to need elusive jump in the first 30 seconds of the fight, so they can just elusive jump and then just piercing talent on pull. I specifically learned from some practice in some recording of a future video where we had a bit of a challenge, and if Taldemar was here, they would know what I mean, that you can set up that piercing talent in like 3 seconds, maybe 2 seconds. Just go. So it doesn't really matter. The only time it would matter is if the Dragoon both wants that piercing talent and they also want to elusive jump, I'm pretty sure. Like, if they also need elusive jump shortly after. The dancer wants to get close and launch standard finish to catch the boss in the AoE, right? Oh, it's not that bad, Ridley. Standard finish is a 15 Yalm radius. For comparison's sake, Tomahawk is 20. So the dancer only needs to be slightly closer than the tank pulling. That's not too bad. It's just a minor thing. It's not super important. So just last time I reviewed a clip that Cobalt was in, I gave similar advice. So like just continue in that. We're looking for Cobalt. Where's Cobalt? Oh, Cobalt is dead. There you go. Let's take that again. Where is Cobalt? Cobalt is there. Cobalt is looking that way. Cobalt is not looking at the boss. Cobalt is looking that way. And Anavang, I think. No, wait. Standard step. And Anavang. That's a weird opener. But, just general advice is that as a dancer, just universally, if you know the pull is happening in under 15 seconds, press standard step. And by which I mean, if someone sends a pull timer, when the pull timer hits 15 or less, you press standard step. Just, now it's ready. If you're in like a casual duty with no pull timer, the moment like the circle goes down, unless you are confident that people will not pull immediately, if you have a feeling that it's like your average, the tank just goes kawabonga and just attacks immediately, you press standard step the moment the circle goes down and you can move. And just go for it. Most of the time that'll work out. If you want to be extra safe, just press standard step when you see the tank start to run at the boss. It's usually a good sign. Pull timers on dungeon bosses would feel so weird. It would. I would also say the only way that would make any sense at all is if the tank is like, they kill the pack they're fighting, and then as they run towards the boss, they're like, I'm pretty sure we'll engage it in 15 seconds, and then hit the pull timer, and then as they're running, you see the timer tick down, you can see it hit 0 as they throw their ranged attack, or whatever they want to do. But otherwise, it does not make sense to do a pull timer on a dungeon boss. Unless you're in a dungeon and for some reason there's a problem. Like, maybe something went wrong. Maybe your group is really, really bad and you need all the help you can get. I use standard step when I load in, and if it lines up perfectly, then calculate it. Oh yeah, that's also a way to do it, Zepcast. I'm just saying, like, that advice works a little bit more universally. Like, if you do the standard step and then you discover that your group is not pulling, then you can, you know, just step away and then standard finish away from the boss. In a lot of arenas, there's plenty of space, so you can do that, but, you know, just be careful. The advantage there is then you have already set up your damage buff, and the standard finish coming after will be stronger. And that is an amazing clip. I can also say I also have a clip, but those are not YouTube clips, but I also have a clip from someone named Greenius and a clip from Mizunashi. So if you're here... Also, is Zad still here? That's good, Ridleyan. Mizunashi's in game. Oh yeah, sure. I think, yep. But I usually ask if they're in the chat, because if they don't respond to me asking if they're in the chat, then they're not hearing me, and if they're not hearing me, then they'll miss out. And then it like, unless I know that they won't be here, then I'd rather wait. I'll sometimes, if something in a dungeon goes completely sideways, then I'll probably do a ready check before I pull again, or something like that. Let's go with the Blue Mage clip from Zaf. Blue Mage on Good King Mugglemog. No sound? That's fine. Hey Muglunty! Or, well, you've been here all along. These are all clips that have been sent to me by you guys. I'm not a super big fan of just pulling out random videos and like reviewing them without permission and things like that. So we specifically look at the clips that people have submitted for me to look at. I have once reviewed a video or looked at a video from Synodic Scribe, but I didn't do that before the person that asked for me to look at it had gotten permission from Xenodic Scribe for me to react to it. The spell from Good King Mugglemog is Palm Cure, yes. Mizanashi says Green News likely won't be here. Did they stop watching the channel, or is it just they're busy? It's fine. I usually, like, I'll clean out if I have a clip that is like months old, then I'll maybe just go, I don't think we'll get to that. This looks pretty crazy. But then you remember that those are player-applied dots. Greenies is busy. No worries. Self-destruct? Oh yeah, self-destruct. Kaboom, kaboom. And then quickly revive them, I guess? And kaboom. And kaboom. Do we have a final sting or something? Or is this it? Oh boy. Bad breath. Is that the time for that? Toad oil. Bristle. Explosion? Self-destruct. Sure, why not? Oh boy. Oh man. Down to the wire. And... that is that is crisp, and the Moogles were too. What surprised me was more that I would have expected if you had like a pre-planned order of who's going to self-destruct. I would have expected that that some of them would have packed Final Sting instead. I'm pretty sure Zaf already has the spell. Yep, it's right there. The reason why 8 blue mages would do this is, did you see the achievement that popped up at the end? That's for beating Mugglemog with only blue mages and also synced. The only HP that matters is the last one. I want you to understand, to take note that everyone's dead. Yeah, it's also true you can get Palm Cure elsewhere, which is way easier. But yeah, exactly, like, I generally prefer to only, like, react to a video if I know that it's okay to do, which is also the reason why, like, exactly, like, if people have sent me the video to look at, then I feel confident that it's okay that I do. Otherwise, it would be weird that you send it to me. Where is this elsewhere? Well, Sally said Sorkai. In Sorkai, there is a Mog boss at the start, I believe, and I believe that Palm Cure is used there. You could probably also get it... Well, can you still get it from normal Thornmarsh? They reworked it, right? Is Palm Cure still used? Yeah, nice one, Zaf. That is hilarious. When the blue mages are so powerful that they'll just completely destroy the whole thing. You can get it on hard. Okay. I wasn't sure if there was still Palm Cure after the rework. Exactly, Vince. The reason why I ask is because is there I can't even remember. Is there an ad phase in Thornmarsh Heart now? There is an ad phase. Or what? I'm just reiterating, they reworked the fight. It's the start of the fight. Oh, okay. Any theories on how Beastmaster might play? I have no idea. My hope is that there's actually some pet management. My realistic expectation is that that's not how it's going to go down. But we'll see. Because it is a limited job, anything could happen, really. Right. Let's see, Orion, were you still here? Been a bit since you sent this clip, but if you're still here, then we could go for this one. No worries, Bluefish, but if like, you will also see that I gave some advice that you could have used standard step much sooner than that. Right? But yeah, what? You mean to suggest that you accidentally clicked something? In that scenario? Nah, impossible. I'm sure you deliberately dashed off the arena. Only possible scenario. That's how it played out, right? No? Yeah, the classic, dang it, into dang it. The whoops. Oh no. Oops. He spilled on my shirt. Bad. Exactly out of frame though. Amazing. I'll assume that Orion is not here then. I think Orion was here a bit earlier. But Giraheen is here. See, Tender Valley, a sage, looking for some general advice. Let's do that. You were in... The name suddenly dropped for me. Tulihyolal. In the evening, I think? Oh, me too, Sally. I've also dashed off an arena. Like, one of my best ones ever. I can't remember if it was on stream. But Golbez as Reaper, and my opener went pull Hell's Egress, woo, and I died. Doesn't get better than that. Just 10 out of 10 opener. Oh right, there was also the there was a short clip from Mizunashi. Let's get that one first. What do you mean by about being into YOLO? Well, I could hear the music. Listen to this. Let me... Isn't that Tulihyolol by night? It's not important. It was just me going, oh yeah. I remember this clip was a little loud. Mizanashi was still here, yeah? It's a portion of the day theme, is it? It felt like the day theme was a lot more aggressive. I am curious what exactly the aim for this clip is. Is it like, because I looked through it real quick because I was looking for some, like, just checking to be sure everything was all right. But I'm not entirely sure what the, like, what are we looking for, Mizanashi? Is it just funny clip? Also, this is M2 normal during quote-unquote alarm pheromones 1. General advice. Really? Oh, healer dead. Oh boy. Healer dying.
What a clash! Neither side is willing to yield. They're still in it, but for how long? What power! Looks like someone isn't holding back.
So, that's not savage. See, that's the funny thing, Edge. That's the reason why a lot of people are like, Lomao, the hardest mechanic in M2S, is a normal mechanic. That there, I believe, is Alarm Pheromones 3 on normal. Also known as Alarm Pheromones 1 on Savage. And the only thing they changed for Savage was they put it earlier. So my advice is, first of all, Alarm Pheromones 1, as we typically call it because of its position in Savage, is just mayhem, especially on normal. As you can see, it's survivable. Even if you had gone punted all the way out to the edge, it's still survivable if you get healing help. So the best you can do is try to get hit as little as possible. But it is hard. So in regards to general advice, there's only so much I can give. If you have the mental space for it, try to take note of when some of these lines are spawning. So that, for instance, you can see here, if we go back to this, we can see 3 lines. I don't know which order they spawned in. There's another one there, so that's 4. 5. So, if you just take note of this one, number 5, B-Man number 5, then we have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. And if you had just taken note of that one, just gone, I need to dodge this one, then you wouldn't be standing there. You didn't even know this one existed because you weren't looking in that part of the arena. But you wouldn't have needed to know that if you hadn't been hit in the first place, because you wouldn't have made it to that part of the arena if that was the case. After that, usually what happens for me is that if you get hit, then it usually is confusing enough that you forget. Even if you had an order of like, okay, then it's this one, then it's this one, then it's this one, you probably forget the order when you get hit, because it's not part of your plan. This one is a little easier because I know how it looks on Savage. That there is safe. The rest of the raid is over there safe. There is a spot this way that is safe. But you go to this one instead. You didn't have to go that far, but that's like a minor thing, right? Exactly, fam. Everyone has a plan until they get until they get line AoE'd in the face. Edge, I think I can explain why. I'll get to it in a moment. Then we have the stack marker. There's not much you can do. You could, like, if... Did you use Tengensu? No? I actually do have a tip. Make sure... Yeah, I can see that it's on cooldown, so you did use it. Make sure, whatever you do, that every single cooldown that you have on the character is visible at all times. So that you don't have to hold a button to check whether Tengensu is available. You need to be able to know that regardless of whether you're in this menu, or this menu. I can't see Tengensu. Is Feint available? I saw you use it. Is Sene available? It probably isn't because Gurren shares cooldown with it. But that's huge tip is... I'm pretty sure that even if you use a crossbar, you can use an actual hotbar. And just place buttons there so you can see them. I would recommend having every cooldown visible somewhere on your screen, as I said. Just somewhere, so that you don't have to check in on it. Quite a while back, we had a similar conversation about this when we reviewed a clip on Endsinger Extreme, where the hotbars disappeared, well, the crossbars disappeared completely when a button wasn't being held. So a lot of cooldowns went unused because how are you meant to know that Tengensu was available if you have to deliberately check every time? That is just that is my advice here, is that do that. You can also just have more I don't know how many more crossbars you can have, but that would be my advice. Make sure that you have somewhere where you can see the cooldowns that are normally not visible. Now for this one, I am pretty sure I've been killed in one of my mentor roulette videos to this exact scenario. Somehow you survived. I can't remember if I got killed or if I survived but still got bonked. But this line goes through you, and apparently this one does too. Like, the best advice I can give here is that while, yes, you really were a little bit in a rush to use Limit Break, the boss is dying soon. If you don't get it out the door, then eventually it'll just be pointless. But the mechanic should probably go first, and you have to go over here or over here. Is there a way to set automatic dungeon cutscene skip an option somewhere? Yes, there is. Here. I'm pretty sure there's no way to skip them if you haven't seen them before. But yeah, character configuration, control settings, general, scroll down a bit. Enjoy it, village. But yeah, this one, I get it. Flash. Yeah, you can still skip the cutscenes manually in first times. Is that a Sonic Spring sound I'm hearing? I think that was it, yes. There's a lot of additions. Right. Healer could have rescued also. That is true. I believe we have a Mythbuster video where we demonstrated this, that if someone uses the LB once the cast has gone through, it's actually perfectly safe to rescue them to a safe spot. There's still animation locked from it, but you can just yoink them over to a safe spot if you like. Yes, of course. That's how we do it. Don't be happy that a healer was so good that they did the thing. Be mad that they didn't do the thing. Oh, that is awkward. This is probably an obvious tip, Girahin. And I'm sure you already know that. My general advice on Sage dotting, like, universally it's complicated because, like, whether it is best to use the AoE dot or single target dot or what you choose to do depends a little bit on how long it takes to reach the next pack and things like that. But obviously, and I know you know, hitting just one mob with the AoE dot is probably not worth. Yeah, my advice here would be, you did it pretty much right. I would probably use the AoE dot here. Maybe even hold in an extra GCD to wait for the big guy to come over, but that guy is always really annoying. Looks about right. There was a little bit with getting the GCD to constantly spin, but it's close. Sometimes mobs just don't cooperate. That guy in particular is extremely slow. Like, he spends an eternity casting something. Here's a funny thing. Let's see. Actually, just... this one is a little bit, like, this is nitpicky levels of stuff. Hey Ace, hope you're doing well. This is nitpicky levels of stuff, but just general advice, and the reason why I give this advice is because, for some reason, a lot of tanks have a huge problem with this relatively minor thing. I would probably say that optimally you use Euphrasia now and immediately bury up the tank. The 30 seconds doesn't matter, it's going to break before it runs out. But you do it immediately, because if you're slow and the tank decides to use a gap closer or something to, like, make their movement unpredictable, then what happens is you start casting, they enter combat, you generate buff enmity, barrier enmity, and healing enmity, and the mob the tank dashed to is on them. But where's the rest of them going? If it's a good tank, they will have seen it coming. If it was me, then I see this happen and I start, like, I would probably start to angle myself to intercept these three and provoke this guy. I would, generally speaking, not pull them with a gap closer like this. No worries about that, Zepcast. The way that I saw Naomi deal with the pull, they're using the sequence that I've taught in my guides, which is Keracholi, Heimer. Then you can, 15 seconds later, you can use Tabracholi to continue the damage reduction if it is needed, but wasn't really needed, right? But yeah, you can do that. And the reason why you do Keracholi first, yes! Check this out, Zepcast. If you use Keracholi first, then 15 seconds later you can use Tabracholi. You know what you can do 15 seconds after that? You can use Keracholi again. You can just do it again. So if you go bam bam, then there's a 15-second window with nothing. Or you have to go something like Holos. If you go bam bam, then you can actually go bam 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 if the fight really drags out. And Keracholi being a heal over time effect means that if you lead with that, the tank is often already topped up when you lead with that. If you lead with this, the tank is probably pretty close to topped up when you do it, so a lot of the healing just goes. So that's the reason why I recommend that, is that there's multiple benefits. It's a little more complicated when you're below the level where Keracholi has a region. But yeah, just checking, Girihin, are you still here? Did I lose you? You're still here, okay. So this situation that played out here is an extremely minor thing. I would actually say you may have noticed that I have a lot of videos where I well, a lot is maybe an exaggeration, but I have multiple videos where I explain the buff enmity thing. The main reason is that it's really hard to get to those tanks and some of those healers that are like, they're dinosaurs from the Stormblood age or later, and they believe that this is still a problem. Now, the thing is, all the tank has to do is hit everything with something, which is the reason why if I was the tank, and here's the thing, I'm not saying the tank is bad for not doing that, I'm saying that I'm good because I would do that. And the tank just isn't as, like, potentially, they might actually do it, but basically, I'm not saying they should have done that, I'm saying a tank could have done this. But the way the tank could resolve this extremely minor issue is these three are going to go this way. This one is going to go this way. If the tank leans over here, they can AoE these three and they can taunt that one. And it's a Dark Knight. If they had a little bit more MP, they would have been able to flood those guys. So it would be even easier. Now, the other side of it is that the way a lot of good healers circumvent this problem is, if this becomes a problem, it either means that the tank is not very good at resolving this minor issue, which is okay, or it means the healer's very far behind, and also the tank thing. And the healer isn't resolving it fast enough. Again, it's a really minor thing, right? Like, as I'm saying, this isn't going to kill anyone. You're not going to wipe from this. We know this. You know this. It's fine. It's just, we can make it better. Like, it's excessive optimization. But the way the tank can solve this is to intercept these three and taunt that guy. The way the healer can solve this is, because it's a Sage, you can use Icarus on the tank. You're going to get closer to all those mobs that are looking at you, but you're not made of paper. You can take a hit from each one of them and survive. And you also see the tank actually tried to do that, but because they just, like, took a step to the left, they missed one of them, and the mob that was on the right has not been provoked, as far as I can see. And you can also see that you're fine. And the Dark Knight is actually picking up the mobs that it missed, or trying their best. So, like, they didn't leave you hanging. It's just that, as I said, they haven't perfected this, and that's okay. Let me just check. So was I not paying attention to that until now? Penheimer, nice. But you would probably want to put up your dot. Your AoE dot. Very good, Tabraholi. And Physis. This is exactly. Oh boy, another lag spike. This is exactly what I teach in my guide. No, actual lag spike. Oh, stop it, you YouTube. You always start whining the moment that the problem, the danger has passed. I do not understand why it does this so much today. Yeah, saying, Yurine, the problem is that I've played Endwalker Sage so long that it's completely alien to me to use Evcracia Discracia like that. A hyper sweaty optimization you can also do as a Sage is if you know you won't need Nebma, which is the laser beam, it is technically a gain on toe. Over Toxicon and over Discracia. The 2+ targets, Nebma is a gain. Yeah, as far as I know, unless YouTube like breaks on your end separately, if the buffering starts, it should start again. Like, or the video should automatically resume once my lag spike is over. Also that, exactly, Garian. How dare this random tank in a normal dungeon not be perfect in every aspect? Nope. Yeah, that makes sense. No need to use Taubra for that. Good to be on top of the lucid dreaming. Clemmer? Oh, that actually worked. Dot time. That knockback was actually a really nice time to place the dot. Both because of the remaining duration, but also just because you're sliding there. Although the slide had ended by the time you could cast something, conveniently. That was a little strange with the duration. I'm sitting there like, I'm pretty sure you could have waited one more GCD with reapplying the dot. But I'm pretty sure that maybe you may have drifted your GCD a little bit. Like, one thing that oh, Icarus, nice. One thing that I've been noticing, at least in this run, and I'm sure you've already, like, improved immensely on that, because this is, like, quite a while ago. But, a thing that you, of course, have to work with is that, preferably, you don't clip your GCD when you weave something. But the way that you're playing here, there are moments where it gets really close. Like, extremely close, where I'm pretty sure it shouldn't. But that's just, you know, practice. Like, it's not like me going, oh, you shouldn't be clipping your GCD. You should be spending less time remembering what button to press. It's like, yeah, I know. I'm learning, remember? Like, duh. Like, amazing clip review. The guy told me just to get good. I had never considered that before. Like, now it all makes sense. That's what I should have done. I should have just gotten good. But one thing that is good that I'm not seeing is that you're not having any issues, as far as I can see, with applying, or rather triple weaving or double weaving where there's not space for two and things like that. That's a good thing. That's like, you know, also some fundamental stuff. A super nerdy optimization thing that may also matter, that also happened on the last boss, is that when a fight is drawing to a close, probably easier if I show in-game tooltips for that. When a fight is drawing to a close, it starts to matter that doses, just in the case of Sage, right? It starts to matter that doses is 370 potency, and Eucrasian doses is, well, 750 over its full duration. Like, super pedantic advice there is that, as far as I remember, the first boss died with 18 seconds left on Eucrasian doses. Which means that approximately 4 ticks came through of Eucrasian doses. That's insanely pedantic to say, you shouldn't have used Eucrasian doses, it was technically a 70 potency DPS loss. Because if it had just lasted a few more seconds, then it would have been a 5 potency gain, right? But the advice here is, if the fight is drawing to a close, it may be handy to remember how many ticks of the dot is needed for it to be worth it. And in that case, it turned out it was not worth it. But particularly, I believe you reapplied that dot like a tick early. So that, of course, means that it was more than a 70 potency loss. But it's like a really small thing. It's just, you know, a general thought that other players might also benefit from considering. Like, basically the advice being, if the boss is going to die before your dot is actually worth using, then you don't need to maintain it. That's the advice. And it's like, that applies for Samurai using Higanbana. It applies for Reaper reapplying Death's Design. Like anything, really. If you reapply something, but you didn't need to, then the opportunity cost is that you could have done something else that would have been useful in the moment. Oh boy. Oh, the last moment sidestep. Exactly, Lana, and I do that too. That is exactly like, that's what I'm saying, is that it's like a tendency players have, but sometimes the reason that tendency comes is because they just haven't considered it. Very nice. That is very nice. I was actually thinking here, you could use Ixocholi here to heal up, but you don't need to. The one thing that I would probably keep an extra eye on is Shaq has a Vuln stack, and so didn't get fully topped up, which means that if Shaq gets hit by something, it's going to be a lot more painful. I'm assuming that you're trusting that Shaq just won't. Oh boy. Never mind. Shaq like, so anyway, you mean like this? I did see Shaq mentioned a misclick ingress. That was probably that. But yeah. That is also just generally good advice. I think I've also included that in some of my videos for healers, that a huge part of optimizing as a healer, especially in casual content, is to consider that maybe no damage is coming, so you don't have to hurry. Like, the healing is fine. Like, for instance, with the Kirokoli there earlier that I said was very good, is that no one was going to take damage before that was going to resolve. You don't have to also use something else to make sure everyone's topped up. There's a region ticking. And I think I mentioned this in a Mentor Roulette video with Scholar in the middle of Porta de Comana, pretty sure, where my advice was, you know, the MP ticks where everyone recovers 200 MP every 3 seconds. What? The loot? Why? You're so give the chest earlier? It's free money. Why? It's not a mimic. Trust me. No one touched it. But it's inventory space pollution. You can just pass on it. I want it. I wanted the money. But every time you recover 200 MP, oh, I mean, better late than never on that Mage LB. Every time you recover 200 MP from the passive recovery every 3 seconds, you also recover 1% of your HP. 1% of your HP, which means if you actually top up everyone, if they're not at full HP, you're losing out on an insane amount of healing. As Pictomans are bursting, that makes sense, Cat. That makes sense. That's also why I said it's better late than never. But if you make sure everyone's topped up, even when they don't need to be topped up, then you're losing out on free healing, essentially. It's extreme levels of optimizing healing. I'm pretty sure I said that in that men's roulette video as well. But technically it's there. Like, if everyone is not at full HP, but also no one's going to be taking damage, then you can just kind of leave it there. They'll recover slowly. It's particularly helpful in casual content where there's a lot less on the line, right? That you can greet that. It's generally not super helpful in high-level duties because you're like, you have so many options that who really cares about that extra healing? You have plenty. You can top them up. Like, it's fine. But in like a level 50 duty, for instance, the difference between like topping up everyone all the time and not could be the difference between needing to use Medica 2 once. That's not very much. You won 1 stone 2 cast. That's a decent amount of potency, but it's not that much. But every bit helps. Especially if you're like as far as I know, if you play perfectly, everyone plays perfectly, on Porta de Comana, a Scholar can actually do the whole duty without casting a single healing spell. But it relies on everyone playing perfectly. And it also relies on the Scholar abusing passive HP regen. And when you're comparing 0 healing spells to like 1 or 2, it starts to sound like I'm more, right? Also, funny thing I've noticed, rather consistent that people know to go clockwise around the boss with this AoE. Is that like an EU thing, or is it like everyone does that? I mean, it's left round. It's like how people in Circus Tower take the left stairs, unless you're a crazy person. I'm kidding. No, you're right. I am crazy. I specifically noticed that people are so consistent about taking this stack marker left round that if you go right round, you're usually alone. It also relies on the Scholar being confident enough to let the party members be a low HP for a while. That is true. It also relies on the Scholar like letting players in that, for instance, Porta de Comana run drop so low that you're certain that that lustrate will not go to waste. Like, you wait for them to be missing so much HP that the full heal goes through. My crazy is unrelated to me taking the right stairs. Fair. Overall, for advice for you, Giraheen, I gave a few tips here and there throughout, but I think you did fine. The main things that I could say is like, there are some cooldowns that didn't really get used, but it didn't look like you needed them. The one thing you could have done that I imagine you were not thinking too hard on is Nevma for DPS on like AoE packs, but that can be scary if you're not confident. Another thing, and this is also like, sometimes it works out, sometimes it doesn't, is as you clear the packs up to a boss, make sure you spend all of your Toxicon stacks, or Adder Stings, because most bosses will open with a raid wide, so if as you're running up to the boss, you can go E-Diag on you, E-Diag on you, E-Diag on you, E-Diag on... If you have time to set up all 4 of them, then basically the boss fight starts, boom, full Adder Stings. And maybe you'll need some for that fight, maybe you won't. But whatever happens, the next pack, you can at least spend like 2 of them, maybe 3, and you know, you'll at least get 1 from the tank's barrier that you put on them. Like, you can get a lot more Toxicons for AoE DPS gain there. But again, this is like, the reason I'm saying this is because the duty went really well, right? The reason I'm saying this is you could also do this. You could set up 2 single target shields and an AoE shield if you don't have as much time. You could also do that. That is also an option. Definitely. Sarah says, I think people just like going left. That's why grocery stores have the layout they have. I get where you're coming from, Ceres. But the 2 local stores to where I live, one of them you go left when you go in. Like left round. And the other one you go right round. I don't know. I have a feeling, because of what Bluefish is saying here, that that it's probably a case of people that go, well, that's alright, that is pretty strange. I wonder what happened there. But yeah, I can see what you're responding to. But it's like how if you have a preference, and you know a lot of people that have the same preference as you, you might go, well, everyone thinks this way, right? And then you meet people that don't agree with you. And there are a lot of people that also don't agree with you. And you're like, well, those must be the minority. I know so many people that agree with me. And then, like, if you actually count them, how does EU handle Bone Dragon placement in Labyrinth of the Ancients? Well, Suzaku, a common complaint from me is that I'm very tired of Narnia Dragon. Sometimes people will just let the dragon be in the center. But often there will be someone that forces it north. The reason why is because Narnia Dragon isn't better than just keeping the dragon in the middle. It's basically... Well, I think I've explained this a lot of times. But basically... I might actually benefit from using paint for this. You have the middle arena here. You have... This is Narnia. So, the Narnia Dragon strategy, in short, is by moving the dragon up here, right? By moving it up here, the skeletons that will spawn here will have a longer distance to run. But the assumption is that the dragon, that every skeleton will reach the dragon. This is also true when people put the dragon here or here. The assumption is we're moving the dragon away so people have a chance to do something. And specifically Narnia dragon, you know, all the way up here is the assumption that we're not going to be attacking skeletons. Because if the dragon is here or here, there is actually a possibility that players will be able to attack the skeletons before they run. If everyone's up here, then they're out of range to attack the skeletons, and the way the skeletons work is that when the dragon goes, I'm dead, then the skeletons, you know, they'll respawn. They'll be like, I'm alive! Why am I alive? Oh, right! And then they start running. So you have like a few seconds where the skeletons are doing nothing, where you can just kill them. But if you're here, if you're up here in Narnia, or even here, because you're attacking Narnia, you probably can't. Especially if you're like a melee DPS. When the skeletons pass you, you'll be like, oh, never mind. So it just doesn't work. So what actually happens is that if you do Narnia Dragon, the expectation is all of the skeletons will reach the dragon. Every single one. But because the dragon is in Narnia, most of the skeleton damage will come in like in bursts. It'll be like instead of just and then you die. And the logic there is that you would be able to sneak in a heal between the but if you're not fully geared, like if you're an actual sprout, then kills you. And then let's hope you're not one of the healers. Basically, Narnia Dragon strategy is most of the time successful in the way that it is the speed kill strat. Ignore the skeletons and heal through it. But it's assuming you can heal through it, and sometimes your healers are going to be bad. And then you die. Which is rare, because it does require a lot of things to go wrong for that to happen. Now, if the dragon is here or here, so like these spots instead, which I don't quite qualify as Narnia Dragon, but the thing is, just to put it into perspective a little bit, Narnia Dragon places the dragon actually up here, like the player's moving the dragon as far away as possible. Putting the dragon here usually is more like placing it like here, right? And here means like you put it here. You could even put it here. And all of these are more about getting the dragon away from where players are standing and facing it against as few players as possible. Yeah, something like that, Sepcast. The reason why it can be a problem is if you have enough sprouts that don't have good gear, they might just go splat. And there is a few other things that is the reason why Narnia Dragon is stupid. I haven't finished, as you can hear. If you have the dragon here, approximately, which means that you have a tank somewhere like here, right? Then all the raid will be like here, all around. And if a skeleton spawns, you do this. And if everyone does that, dead. Skeleton immediately dead. And the trick is, if everyone's here, the skeletons will die immediately. And you don't really even have to do that. You kill the dragon, then the skeletons... Like, then you can AoE the skeletons. It's fine. You can just focus the dragon if you want. But because everyone is here, when the skeletons go, "Nah, I'm alive," then you just go, "No, you're not." And then they go back down. Because you're all here. And the skeletons are all here. So you just AoE them. But if Narnia Dragon, then a lot of the players are not there. Which means all the melee DPS are just standing there like, well, there's poison on the ground, so... And the healers that have AoE damage centered on them will be like, oh, there's a poison on the floor. And the dancers might be like, well, there's poison on the floor. So there's a limited amount of players that can actually AoE the skeletons from here or here. So that's what happens. Now, the additional reason why I think Narnia Dragon is kind of silly is that part of the reason why you never see a healer be unable to deal with it is because when you have Narnia Dragon, do you actually genuinely see all the players participate up there? Or do you perhaps see some players hang out down here in the orange, in the middle, fighting the skeletons? Basically, the way it actually plays out a lot of the time is that you'll have a tank up here with the boss, you'll have a bunch of like melee DPS and stuff here, and you may have some range DPS here and some healers here, and then you'll have the protesters, that includes me, here, refusing to join in Narnia and instead fighting the skeletons, which means 1, the dragon is dying slower because we're not helping, but 2, the skeletons are dying anyways because we're staying there. So basically, sometimes the reason, the pulls where Narnia Dragon shouldn't have worked, like basically the pulls where the healers are bad and they shouldn't have been able to survive it, it's because a lot of players dealt with the skeletons already. Now, there are dangers in preventing Narnia Dragon, which is the reason why I usually just go when I see someone do Narnia Dragon. Because the thing is, if a tank is pulling the dragon up this way, and you then provoke it to pull it back down, which way is the dragon facing now? It's facing that way. And it has a breath that hurts like crazy, so you trying to pull it back puts everyone in danger. So if someone manages to drag it towards Narnia, it's better to just leave it. Also because there are a lot of people that get really cross with you if you don't do Narnia Dragon, because a lot of players believe that it's the only way to do it. Admittedly, the reason why some groups that don't do Narnia Dragon, basically the groups that do, you know, just keep the dragon here, right? Sometimes they wipe too. But part of the reason for that is because when you leave the dragon in the middle, notably like here, a lot of players will, instead of actually playing the game, will be busy in the chat going, "Move it to the north! We're going to die!" And then you die. So and then also what you'll see is that you'll sometimes have a healer where, like, if the tank is standing here, you'll see a healer like make their trek all the way up here and then like lasso the tank up there with rescue because they're that confident that it has to be Narnia. Basically, and some of you may have to grab your glass. The reason that Narnia Dragon works, okay? The reason it works is because it's the strategy that everyone has learned. It's not a good strategy, but it's the strategy people have decided to use. A little bit like Mario Kart on M2S. It's not a good strategy, but it's the strategy that people have found out kind of works. And they've learned that one. So any other strategy is harder than that because they haven't learned the other strategy. The only reason why everyone in the center is potentially more effective than Narnia Dragon. Oh, bingo, nice. Is because of this interplay. If everyone goes in the center and everyone plays quote-unquote Dragon in the middle and just does the thing that needs to be done, then your advantage of keeping the dragon in the middle is that no one will feel like they have to go somewhere else. They can safely fight off the skeletons there. Everyone will be in the middle, presumably. And when the dragon dies, you're closer to the exit, which saves you time. If you've ever had to give an argument for why full wall-to-wall pull is good, that is why you're closer to the door. Narnia Dragon, if everyone participates in Narnia Dragon, then I hope that no one is undergeared. The problem is that it's rare that everything plays out so badly that it goes wrong. It's basically what I'm getting at is that Narnia Dragon works because it is like a card house. A card house that is built, but it just so happens to have pieces that are solid enough in the foundation that it is unlikely that all of them fall apart all at once. And the same applies to the other strategy. Notably, I have a video where I demonstrate this. You're not supposed to do that fight in either of these strategies. You're supposed to pull the skeletons. Like, that north platform, you're meant to put one skeleton there, not the dragon. You could also put the dragon there, but you're meant to put the skeletons out on the bridges, because they get the speed boost if they're next to another skeleton. Otherwise, they run like molasses. So you have 30 years to kill them. But because you just dump them all in the middle, they run fast. So, but obviously, doing the fight correctly takes way longer than this. And yeah, exactly, Vince. That's the thing, is that the reason why it is difficult to even propose this alternative strategy is that the alternative strategy has its own faults. As I said, you need to actually have everyone interact with the skeletons and AoE them before they move. But this usually happens during the time where the dragon isn't available, and I don't know if people just go, oh, right, dragon's gone, let's just stretch, oh, I'm dead. Or if it's because they don't know that they need to AoE them. But each strategy requires that you know just a little bit, and more people seem to know Narnia Dragon than not Narnia Dragon. And the people that know not Narnia Dragon knows that Narnia Dragon is the standard, and the people that know Narnia Dragon but don't know that this alternative strategy works, they will be scared if you don't do Narnia Dragon. Because that's how we do this. That's the way we do it. Except on JP. In JP, they don't do Narnia Dragon. And yeah, exactly, guys. Like, basically, the DPS you lose by keeping the dragon in the center is optimally lost during the time where the dragon isn't available. So you don't lose any DPS. And killing the dragon in the center means there's a little less distance from the exit, so you actually save time. But that's, again, assuming everything goes right. But the main downfall of Narnia Dragon, because Narnia Dragon is basically a DPS optimization strat, because it means you don't have to kill any of the skeletons. Presumably. It doesn't work if there's any protesters in the middle. If you see anyone refusing to move north, then any potential advantage in Narnia Dragon is lost. And if I'm in the group, I'm not going north. If I'm a tank, I'll try to tank the dragon in the middle, but if anyone steals the dragon from me, I'll just tank the mobs in the middle. That's just the way it'll be. partly because I know that I am one of those cards in the card house that ensures that we don't wipe by staying in the middle. So consider this, but remember, if someone forces Narnia Dragon, it is likely more dangerous to force it to stay. If the dragon passes you, then like the best you can do is try to intercept it and just keep it like closer than Narnia. But you can't move, like if the dragon goes away, then you can't pull it back down. Like, you can't pull it back down, because then it's going to hit everyone. Like, it's really important that the dragon points this way. That's crucially important. And don't worry about it, Suzaku. The funny thing is that I've gone over this multiple times. It's a complicated subject. And ultimately, it doesn't really matter. The main thing that is annoying is just that there are a lot of players that do Narnia Dragon that genuinely believe that it's the optimal strategy, and that can be a little grating for those that know that it's not exactly like that. Means that most of the time I get this fight, I see at most a few mages near the white X in relation, but that's the extreme limit of range DPS. Well, there you go. What if we just melt the crystal tower to the ground along with the dragon? Hey, that would probably work. But yeah, my point is, whichever strat is better, I would say do what you want. I prefer Center Dragon, but I simply can't be bothered to pick a fight about it in a duty. I don't care enough to pick a fight in a duty. It's at least not over that. And the main reason why I have just a slight opinion on the Center Dragon thing is exactly because, as far as I can see, there is a possibility that Narnia Dragon is like a card house. And the reason it works is not because it's good. It's because somehow things don't fall apart. Somehow. Suzaku says, I recently had a wipe on Behemoth because Iron Giant managed to kill all the meteors as the Behemoth cast that meteor. It was so weird. You know, that can also happen, that the Iron Giant just kills everyone. Like, actually not even kill the comets, it just straight up kills the players. Which is, like, basically, I would say almost every boss in the Crystal Tower Alliance raid has some things in it where some players have had a terrible experience with it, so they're extra scared of things going wrong. And then there are players that don't care. Like, I'm just saying, I have had Bone Dragon runs where a lot of people died because Narnia Dragon. And people, like, the thing is, some of the skeletons might die on the way, but the players that don't know, and they will not see them. They'll just see that suddenly skeletons came at them. We also have other examples, like when I put out, I think I've at least twice put out a video where Cerberus was explained in any magnitude, and someone went, oh, I never knew how Cerberus worked, and I've played since Stormblood, Heavensward. I've even seen one say they've played since A Realm Reborn, and they didn't know how Cerberus worked. Some players just won't learn it without, like, being served the information randomly, and the part of the benefit of Center Dragon is that the skeletons are a little hard to miss when they're right next to you, right? Zav says, I don't do Alliance raids as tank. It's the most boring job in Alliance raids. If I queue for Alliance Raid Roulette, I will typically pick around not being tank, because I hate being tank in Crystal Tower. So I get that. Exactly, Vince. It depends on how many range players are actually working together. Right. We finished up on a clip from Giraheen. I hope you found some of the advice helpful, at least, Giraheen. Zepcast says, I had an alliance where literally only one other person knew how Cerberus worked. Insane. That is exactly the reason. Like, it's pretty funny. You can kind of see the players that don't have bad groups on Cerberus and those that do. Because the ones that don't have bad groups are like, A takes ads, B goes in the belly, C takes the chains. And the people that have had bad groups say A, all in the belly, B, oh boy, aren't you excited to go in the belly? And C is like, can you believe that we're going in the belly? Because the ads you can figure out with whoever's not in the belly. The chains can be dealt with by literally anyone, including the ones that come out of the belly. Like, they can just come out and then do the chains. Like, it doesn't matter. The ads are a little dangerous if ignored, but the belly is worse if ignored. That's why people are like, everyone go in the belly. But the reason why for that is also that in a group of 24 players, there's a very real possibility that less than 8 knows how to go in the belly. And the 7, for instance, that know how to go in the belly might not be in Alliance B. So if you say B in the belly, then no one goes, because B doesn't know. Susaku says, I believe there's a max limit to how many people can go into the belly. I have made a Mythbuster video on that. If less than 5 alive players are alive and outside, Cerberus will, I believe it's 5, then Cerberus will say, if you hit exactly the number on the dot, it will make an announcement that Cerberus is satisfied. And then it'll just ignore any players standing in the group. Just ignore them. But if you get the number wrong, as in you send, like, because he eats in waves, right? If you send more in, so you have less than 5 players alive outside, the players that get eaten will go in and then he'll immediately eject everyone. And if you have, let's say you're 8 players in total, just for the sake of example, and you have 3 players inside and someone outside dies, then he immediately ejects everyone inside, because now there's too few people outside. So the definition of Cerberus being sated is I'll say Angry Corn, hope you're doing well. Exactly, Jonathan. Always belly. Chains? I have very rarely not gone in the belly. And usually when I haven't, I've realized that there's nothing to worry about outside. So I usually go in the belly as well. But yeah, basically, Cerberus knows exactly how many people he is willing to take. And to be fair, if you actually run into that limit in an actual Alliance raid doing the duty, then you're lucky. Because it means that a lot of people know how to do belly. And if you wipe as a result of that, you know on the run back, you can just say B goes belly. Because for him to actually cause problems like that, you need to send 20 people in. You could also send all DPS into the belly, it's just a little excessive. See, to be honest, the only time I feel like I saw the sated message was back when Cerberus was considered on-content. That's a long time ago. I didn't play at that time. I consider the video I made where actually, like the Mythbuster video where included that how to do Bone Dragon correctly is something that I learned by looking it up. Like, I had to look it up. And it also doesn't help that Labyrinth of the Ancients was released when you needed 2 tanks per group. So some of the bosses may have mechanics that don't really make sense. Because you're supposed to have more tanks, but you don't. I believe you'll find the video you're looking at that I mentioned, Suzaku, if you're right. Well, it should be in the Mythbuster playlist on the channel. But I'm pretty sure you'll also find it if you say, what if Cerberus eats everyone? Because it was a pretty popular video. Oh, Erdal found it. Thank you. Exactly, Fim. That is also what I heard, that you had so many tanks that you had tanks designated to just stand and press a button. What is my purpose? You press the button on Behemoth. Oh my god. You think they'll ever rework the Crystal Tower raids? Maybe. Everything's possible. So I'll say maybe. I'm very surprised that Gazelle has sent themselves as a beginner on 2 jobs into Juno. We can do one of those, and then we can see if Cat's still here. We can see Cat's POV on M4S. Do you have a preference, Gazelle? Dark Knight or Bard? They should do a chaotic with Bone Dragon. If you take him north, everyone dies. It would be pretty funny if they made like a new difficulty of any raid and then they just made it so that some stupid strategy that happened to prevail, they just make it so that you can't do that. Especially if it's like really tongue-in-cheek, like, I don't know, like exactly Bone Dragon, then you pull him to the north and then, I don't know, La Habrea comes in and like, no, 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 and then just punts you back to the center and then blocks off the north so you can't. Like, that would be incredibly funny. Like, the player's just like, well, what do we do now? We have tried one thing and we're all out of ideas. So the first thing that is really difficult with Bard in a duty like this, specifically this duty even, is that this pull sucks. I also just realized that this group sucks. I was just about to say the same to Zaku. This is going to be awkward. I was just about to be like, you know, the worst part is that you're caught between use your cooldowns here, or you can use them on the boss, but most people will probably have used their cooldowns here. A lot of people will, so now your cooldowns are displaced from the rest of the group immediately. But Gazelle choosing to do this in this poll doesn't really matter, because one of the other bards used their cooldowns here. And also because there's so many bards, there's not that many cooldowns you would miss out on. And now you also start with Army's Ethos, so that's pretty good. Pitch. Nice. That was a little risky, I think. Narnia Dragon Southern variant. That would be pretty funny. Just one day a tank just pulls the dragon to a different side. Because technically it shouldn't make a difference, right? You just pull it to an edge. That's the strategy. Ainran dragon, yeah. The real god strat was to pull it south. Everyone lost their minds. Who got the fifth dance partner? Since I was tank and I didn't get a dance partner. Oh. I'm guessing a lot of dancers just partnering with each other then. Oh, Sidewinder. Oh, never mind. It looks like Sidewinder got drifted a bunch. A good tech is that a lot of people don't realize that technically Blast Arrow is not a combo. You can just use Apex Arrow and then just do something else. Silly. I imagine that the macro Imperial Arrow doesn't do anything. It's just a macro icon. Is that right? I didn't actually think about that. It's a little funny that it is on a keybound position. Does the macro like echo when to do it again? Doesn't matter. Gazel is not pressing the macro. It is interesting to use a macro for that. If I had a hotbar where it just had buttons like memorize cooldowns, then I would use macros for it, because then I can't accidentally click them with my mouse. Like if I had a hotbar closer to the center of the screen, then I would do that. I think I can't remember which video I did that with, but I did have a video where I demonstrated this, where I used a UI for Summoner with an extremely small set of hotbars, and then in the middle there was like a hotbar with the cooldowns. But yeah, exactly, Marcus. Some people do that, but the way you do that is you use macros for the buttons that you're just tracking, because that way you can't accidentally press them. Yeah, that's true. Gazel often plays mages with no hotbars visible, if I remember correctly. So they just have hotbars for cooldowns. Oh boy. 1 Vuln stack. This doesn't look like a beginner bard at all. Yeah, I agree. That is actually pretty good. We've been had. A tip. Still dropped songs. It's probably fine. A tip for pitch perfect that is somewhat specific is, as some of you may know if you've played Bard. Hence, I think Athel could use a couple more stacks of Army's Paeon for this video. But because of how fast it's going, I mean, I put it at double speed because I recognized it's a 41-minute long video, and I think I'll see what I need to see anyway. Also lots of drifting. Gazel's playing on latency. So Gazel is trying their best, and I'm just quietly ignoring that mistake because I know Gazel knows. But yeah, the tip for pitch perfect is because Imperial Arrow gives you a stack of pitch perfect in Wanderer's Minuet, of course, you can find yourself in situations where if you use Imperial Arrow, you will hit 3 stacks, and before you have an opportunity to pitch perfect, you will have ticked another time with your song. The way you can play around this is, of course, if you weave it right, you can go GCD, Imperial Arrow, pitch perfect. But whoops. If you are on 2 stacks, what you can alternatively do, if you're not sure if you can actually weave that pitch perfect in time before the next song tick, is instead to go pitch perfect on 2 and then Imperial Arrow, and then just see what happens, right? Like what comes next. The logic of this is that pitch perfect on 3 stacks is 360 potency, if I remember correctly. And pitch perfect on 2 is 220. But if you go GCD, Imperial Arrow, tick pitch perfect, which means you lost 1, then you got 1 360 potency pitch perfect. If you instead go GCD, pitch perfect, Imperial Arrow, or rather, GCD, pitch perfect, tick Imperial Arrow, then you've gotten a 2 stack fired, which is 220 potency, and now you have 2 stacks again, so you could technically fire that as well if you wanted to, but now you have time to wait for the 3rd stack again. But the logic is 2 220 potency pitch perfect is better than 1 360 potency. So it's better to just throw that pitch perfect out with 220 if you're even remotely uncertain whether you can Imperial Arrow and fire pitch before the next tick. Because it's better that way. And the reason why is also that in the scenario where you go GCD, Imperial Arrow, tick, pitch perfect, there is a 20% chance that you didn't lose anything. Because the tick just didn't give you a proc, right? It just didn't do anything. But 80% of the time, you lose 80 potency by doing that. Essentially, at least 80 potency. It's a relatively small thing. And a relatively small optimization. But the main reason why I think it's a good tip to consider is that with everything going on as a bard, it can be difficult. Speaking of difficult, to actually count that out, whether you can do that in the moment. And by just going, if I have 2 stacks and Imperial arrows coming up, I'm just gonna pick, like, just let it rip, pitch perfect Imperial arrow, just consistently, and not risk it, is less on the brain. It's easy to just say, I'm just always gonna do that. Oh, thank you, Zepcast. Perfect. But yeah, basically, my reasoning for giving that advice is that while you can, like, often, like, really perfect it, really nerd it out, it's a lot to think about, and Bard already has a lot to think about. And trying to figure that out is something you can do if you're, like, trying to perfect it, like reaching for the last little bit of pass number or whatever. But in most cases, it's probably easier. To just do it that way. What's the cross on the Tarotaro for? The Tarotaro specifically, Marcus, will cast Meteor at various times in the fight, and it likes to jump around a lot. It needs to be interrupted. It's basically an instant wipe if that Meteor goes through. So people mark it. The other bosses that cast something that needs to be interrupted usually hop straight to the center and shows it off a lot more proudly. And it usually comes so late in the fight that you either don't see it or it's like that's the one you're fighting anyway. So people usually mark the Tarotaro specifically so it's easier to track. Yeah, that sounds about right, Zepcast. Basically that taking the risk is a relative is a DPS gain with the pitch perfect thing, but you're risking a lot more than you're gaining. So what's interesting here is that after this entire dungeon, how well are the cooldowns aligning for the burst? Well, entire dungeon, this entire raid. Nice. Last moment Iron Jaws, that's perfect. And arm's length. I think that was a pretty good burst. Nice. I do too, Gazel, you know that. Teddy says, I would hope the summoners aligned with somebody. If all the bards had, hypothetically, like, adjusted their raid buffs so that they, like, all, like, just maintain, like, one at a time, then there is, like, if the summoner just chooses a random spot to raid buff, there's, like, a 33% chance that they wouldn't align with anyone. But I find it unlikely that they wouldn't align with anyone. However, did they just use Solar Bahamut without Searing Light? Weird. Let me just, oh, never mind. For some reason I thought I saw Army's ethos take out. That wasn't what happened. That could be silly. Oh yeah, the other day we did unfortunately I didn't record it. But we did this, of course. And things went so sideways that we were down to, I believe, Nox on healer alive, like a tank on one of the other alliances alive, and then like one healer on another alliance alive. And we just, like, they held out exactly so that the healer LB could be used. And we didn't wipe. All 3 tanks used invulns to take the 3 stacks you just saw. If I remember correctly. I used invuln for one of them. It is actually a shame I didn't record it. It was, like, imagine how wrong an alliance raid can go without a wipe. Oh, speaking of which, there was a healer LB there. Yeah, I don't think I have that much advice to give, Gassel. A tip I could give is a way some bards like to keep track of their of the timing of Apex arrow is that because Sidewinder is a 1-minute cooldown, if you actually make sure to use that one like on time throughout a fight, you can just use that as your 1-minute clock. Also, what? Oh no. Okay, I see it. Most people got cleaved. No, that's also true, Lana. The reason why we got down to like 3 people alive is because we took the multi-stack marker with too few people, so people just got, like, the raid got overwhelmed and died. Mostly. But yeah, what you can do with Sidewinder is if you use Apex Arrow approximately around the time Sidewinder is ready, you can use that as like a 1-minute cooldown to keep track of it. And the reason why that makes any sense at all is because some of you may have seen Gazel land at 100 gauge and then just not do anything. Oh, there you go, Ruben. Exactly, that was also what I said. I'm pretty sure that everyone did. I know I did. And now you know you did. I'm pretty sure the one that took the A one. I'm pretty sure the last group also did it. Nice one, Ruben. So there we go. Also, speaking of there we go. I see how this became a 41-minute ordeal. But yeah, the reason why you'll sometimes see bards just sit on full gauge is because, at least for the 2-minute, they would much rather use their Apex Arrow during buffs. And it's a little random when they get full gauge at that time. I like how it says okay, and I'm guessing it says wait. If a stack marker appears, there's a problem. I am a bit shocked that you also had a run like this. Yeah, exactly, Suzaku. But imagine if they had another one. We've had first near wipe to stack markers, yes, but how about second near wipe to a stack marker? Oh no. Oh no. Oh. The huge value when you get rest among all the bards. Oh man. Just in case anyone's curious, this was how the group that I just talked about, that Ruben also was in, got down to like 3 players alive. And that was how. Goes fast. I am surprised that it goes this badly sometimes. This is still fine, there's a red mage. Oh yeah. I can't remember. Did we wipe week 1? When we did it on stream? I think we wiped on the angels. Exactly, to the meteor from the Tarotaro. This actually circles back to what I was just talking about with the Crystal Tower stuff, where you can tell what players had a bad experience with a specific boss and players that have yet to have that. Because the players that had a bad experience will actually care to get it right. Because they know how quickly it can go wrong. Whereas the ones that haven't had a bad experience are like, what could happen? It's just Circus Tower. And this is that. I'm pretty sure most players that mark the Tarotaro are players that have wiped to Meteor. But yeah, I will say, in regards to your question to adjusting for buff timings, Gazel, it didn't look like the other bards were making an effort to do that. So there's not that much you could have done without communicating with the other bards. Aside from that, I think you did pretty well. As you said, there were some things you were drifting, but I think you kinda have it covered yourself. Right. Is Cat still here? Then we can finish with Cat's POV of one of our weekly reclears. It's the one where Ham just isn't glamored at all. I think I'm wearing the Christmas hat. Did we lose Cat? Is it week 7s? Maybe. If we lost Cat, I'm definitely not watching it without Cat. That would be boring. Oh. Well, that is a way to answer it. Thank you for the support, Cat. And welcome back into the Cult of the Pink. Thank you so much. Oh, slow. How long did it take for YouTube to react to that? Speak of the demon. Speak of the daemon, even. Well, now we absolutely have to make sure that we watch it. So as you all know, Cat is one of the best red mages that I know. And Cat is very good. Yeah, Cat unlocked the balance gauge, everyone. This was at least mid-December.
This is nothing personal, but I must have your soul.
Wicked Thunder has returned to the ring!
28th. That sounds about right.
If one needs wings, one needs simply make them.
She's great wings! Ha! Oh, wickedly divine!
It is pretty wild how long there's still like opener kind of stuff going on. For Red Mage. I know this isn't really about that, but I am curious. Is it best for you to have your balance gauge over there, Cat? Like, I was thinking maybe you'd find it more helpful if it was closer to your hotbars. It's just a thought. It's also possible that you've specifically decided that it has to be there, just like you need your balance gauge unlocked there. It's just something that I thought about. Oh, that is pretty smart. That is really smart.
Oh my! Challenger went
Oh, Shaq's dead. It was there when I unlocked Red Mage years ago and I've kind of gotten used to it. Fair enough. I just want to add to that then. This one goes a little bit back to World of Warcraft stuff again, but there's a logic to it. In World of Warcraft, when you turn on the game for the first time, at least way back, like classic WoW style, your frames, which shows your HP and everything, is up here. Like all the way in the corner. Your target is to the right of that. Which is like way, like it's basically in Narnia. I played like that and just dealt with it until I believe Legion. At some point, I was like, it's just to be clear, I didn't use the default UI. I used special unit frames. The ones I used was called Xpearl, if some of you know those. But I deliberately put them back up there where they normally are anyways. Because I've gotten used to it, that's where they are. In Legion at some point I decided that I wanted to improve my UI. And the way I did it was that I basically downloaded a new, like a UI suite called ElvUI. And it, by default, puts you there and your target there. And I only did some minor adjustments, mostly like hotbar stuff. But aside from that, I just went, I'm gonna use this UI as it is. And if it sucks for me because I'm not used to it, too bad, because I deleted the old UI. It's gone. There is no way back. And I know this is good because so many people use it. So I'll just have to use this and get good. And it ultimately was for the best. It helped. A lot of things that I experienced where I was like, it's a little annoying because I have to look all the way up there, was like resolved because I just looked there. On tanks, I usually had like a UI element in the middle of the screen somewhere that also just had my HP percentage, just in addition, so my health was here, here, and like here, right? Like multiple places, just like it is here in Final Fantasy XIV. That is to say, my point is that it works for you, Cat. I'm not saying you should change this. I'm just saying, if you ever look at it and go, yeah, maybe I should try something else, I would say perfectly reasonable. But Do whatever works for you. Exactly, like the thing is, if you're used to it being there, if you move it, you'll probably spend at least 1 week every time you need to check your balance gauge, going over here, going, oh, right, it's not there anymore, and then look down here, which adds like a second plus of delay to you reacting to it. You'll eventually get used to it, but if it doesn't bother you that it is there, and it doesn't impede your ability to play well, and it doesn't seem to, then who cares, right? Who cares that you have a balance gauge unlocked over on the left? Like, do whatever you want. It was just like a thought. I have wondered when that raid wipe comes up if I should also go south and join in that passage of arms. I don't believe so, JK, and the reason why I don't do that is because if the old way is still there, I will just not learn it. I'll just keep using the old way. That's the reason why, as I said, that I deleted my old UI completely. But did you win, Taldemar? What I should change is the enemy cast bar. Not necessarily, if it works for you. My enemy cast bar is the exact same spot. Guys, this Kai, why are you putting it there? Also, Kai, who cares? And that's the thing, is that out of curiosity, I ask why. But in terms of like practicality, I'm like, if you like to have it like that, then I'm not going to say you can't. The parents is kind of based to still have the red mage job gauge unlocked notification on screen. Yeah, I know. I think it's hilarious. Jack says, I seem to go for a wander after EE1. Took me ages to get in position for EE2. Let's just rewind that. I think I got sidetracked for a while.
Challenger went down hard. They're back on their feet. Upgrade.
Well, that's ultimately a victory then, Tandemar.
There is no limit to Electrode's potential.
Oh, that's a good point, Zaku. Despite the random position, the balance gauge is perfectly above the chat. Seats pairs? I feel like that's one of our better positionings we've done. Like, the funniest ones is, like, the thing is, when I'm placed for those explosions, I can usually only really see Milo and sometimes Naomi. But sometimes I'll see, like, a ranged and a healer, like, sprint across. That EU positioning, it's our positioning. There's a possibility that we've just made it up on the spot. Like, we have some mechanics where people are like, oh, is that how EU does it? And then someone who actually party find does EU is like, no. I am quite impressed how consistently you can get your melee combos exactly right so that you have full mobility when you need it. And it's particularly wild because if you need mobility to move around for a mechanic, but you can't be in melee range for it, then it means that you have to, like, 5 seconds in advance be like, oh right, I need to move in a bit. And if you're too early, then you kind of just lose that potential damage. And if you're too late, well, then it's just not going to work.
Ooh, look at that massive cannon. Her skills are as sharp as ever.
That interrupt. Yeah.
I'll erase you.
I think from my part, Fim, that the reason why I'm not particularly bothered about having to look up to see the cast bar is because, considering how long I played, like for how long I played World of Warcraft, sometimes the things that are going fast in Final Fantasy XIV doesn't feel like it goes fast. Like every GCD, unless you're playing Monk or something, every GCD you have like 30 years to think about what you want to do next. I have time to like click my GCD, check all of my cooldowns, check my buff situation, check if the enemy is doing something, check my party, check my email, do groceries, and then I can do my next GCD. That's an extreme exaggeration, but I hope you get my point. That is why I'm not particularly worried about moving it, but I have sometimes considered it.
No, I cannot die here. I have
Pizza places.
but to surrender to Electric.
Oh, that is awkward. Full power!
Wicked Thunder is discharging vast amounts of ether.
And another one. And in for heals.
I will not fail.
Something is
And so you're not gonna check your job bar tutorial? My what?
My body will roar. It's mine.
But yeah, definitely, if you have a habit of doing things one way, that's one thing. But if you just change your UI, then you can force the
she's taken electrodes into
you can force yourself to change your habits. Ultra, I just want to point out that this is me. This is Cat. However, that is a good point. But broadly speaking, Cat usually doesn't have any issues with resing players. The main reason why Cat usually is slow to respond to reses is that we have, due to like some level of optimization, made sort of an agreement between the healers and Cat that Cat is usually asked to raise someone if it has to be Cat. Both because both Sip and Shaq does less damage than Cat because they're healers, but also because there's no need for all three players to react and rest someone if only one is needed. So usually Shaq will ask Cat to rest someone if no one else can. But that also means that Cat has very little need for looking at the party list all the time. I have given the advice, if I play with players that frequently seem to completely miss that someone is dead or needs healing or something, or you should use a defensive cooldown or something, like they're basically completely blind to what happens over here on the party list, I will often give the advice, take your party list and move it closer to the middle, so you don't have, like, as I said, I can do a GCD, check my cooldowns, check my state, check the enemy's state, check my buffs, everything, check is the enemy casting something, check the party list, and then my next GCD is ready, right? But some players don't go through all those things that fast. They'll click the GCD, look at their cooldowns, and then the next GCD comes up. And they might benefit from having their buffs closer to their cooldowns, and the enemy cast bar closer to their cooldowns, and maybe even have the enemy's health bar closer to their cooldowns, so that they see everything. But what often doesn't happen is that people will not move the party list closer to their cooldowns. They don't need to move them that far, but if you have problems with seeing that your party needs your help, consider moving it closer to the center of the screen, because the reason why you move all those things closer to your cooldowns is because the primary place you look most of the time is here. Like this weird shape between the center of your character and your hotbars. That makes perfect sense. Some players will look a lot more places, but the general idea is that you'll often look in this space. So putting your things there, like we can already see based on what Cat is dealing with, that Cat probably looks over here frequently as well. It makes sense they would. But yeah, sometimes Ultra can also say that I'm pretty sure that my guides, like videos on things like UIs, I will say that it's a good idea to make your like the enemy cast bar really big and put it in the middle, but I don't do that. But sometimes you'll just have to take it as do as I say, not as I do. Because is one of the macros in the middle. Do you know, Cat? Also, Cat says, I have a priority system. If 2 people die at the same time and 1 is a healer, I will raise the less valuable player. Because you're assuming the other healer will res the healer first. That makes sense. I will often do that in casual content as well. That I will just res, like if I can also res, I'll res something that is less likely to be res by the other person. Also, Naomi says, do you not show your personal cast bar? Am I just missing something? It's small, but it's here. Just below Cat. And then you get to the center. 3142 is mana required for a double combo burst if you start with modification. Oh, nice. Oh, yeah, I do remember that. So the tethers here, as some of you may know, obviously you can't grab a tether if you already have one. So so basically I'm here, just this was my like point of view of it, was I'm here, I need to go over there. But because Ham is there and the other tether's there, I basically was like, oh, I need to go faster. Like, it's not something I just need to make it there at some point. I'm a tank, so it doesn't really matter. But it's pretty interesting that if you are in this situation, the only way that, like, the thing is, it didn't really matter if Ham had just stepped to the left and grabbed my tether. I would have just grabbed Cat's tether, but it could have caused confusion. So I just got out of the way. I'm pretty sure I've had deaths or even wipes in EX2 because of mild confusion like that. It's just better to just get out of the way. Because while I know that the tether works like that, Ham might in the moment not remember that and be like, oh, well, Kai has his tether, I need to grab Cat's tether, and then like run all the way around. So I just go scoot over. And you can actually see there for a moment that Ham seemed to have tried to step over to grab mine. So basically, everyone tries to help. And ultimately, that's how it plays out. You greeted and got punished? Wait, where?
She's using Electrum to convert her body's ether.
Oh, now I understand the numbers and the macros. 3142. Now I get it. The macros are just numbers. Because as it turns out, it's hard to break 10 years of bad habits, but it's easier not to build them in the first place. That, and if it's a UI-related habit, you just have to throw out the old way, is my advice. Specifically because if you have the old way on hand, you'll feel compelled to go back to what worked. That's why I said in the World of Warcraft case that I threw out my old UI, so I didn't have the option to go back.
They're still in it, but for how long?
I'm guessing the greed that you got punished on was related to... Oh, that was the one where I tried to... where I was being an idiot. Right. There's one where I was being an idiot. And then I died, but somehow Milo survived. I'm guessing when you say you greeted and got punished, it was possibly a case of... Oh, that is actually really funny. Because we talked about this earlier, let me just... It's actually pretty far back. It's actually here. We were talking about earlier the thing with bosses going big raid wide, and then they give you a turn, like time to do your thing to heal back up, and then like they just kind of stand there. So check this out. Tail thrust. Tail thrust, 820. "12 seconds of the boss just being like, oh right, auto attack. What else could I do? Oh right, auto attack. Just stand there. And you can actually see we're here fighting, right? The boss is doing nothing. Boom. Shake it off. I have seen it, Bondi. I was basically making a comparison to World of Warcraft in that sense as well. That we're slowly moving there in terms of aggression. But I used Shake It Off 5 seconds early because I remembered that the boss just kind of stands there. And you want to know why I used Shake It Off 5 seconds early there? I used Shake It Off there. And the reason I used it there was because it was ready there. And I use it there from that position because if I use it from my spot, I miss Aradel. Just a little lesson in how much planning can matter sometimes. You don't have enough mana for my 10-minute burst. No. No, you don't. Is your 10-minute burst a full 3? Is it meant to be a full 3? Wait, you do have enough? What do you mean? Huh? Oh, instead you forgot to pot. Oh. Oh, man. Did everything right, except... Oh, that sucks. But you gotta admit, Bondi, that there is something impressive about the fact that we can have an MMO that is fully, like, flowing combat like this, and still it feels almost like it's turn-based in some respects. You gotta admit there's something impressive about that. That they somehow managed that. Oh, this is the first time I see the right side. Nice. Yeah, exactly. Here comes the hard part. Splat. Nice. And everyone lived. Whee! Never mind. Whee! Shockingly, no sunrise memes.
It's all over.
A tail thrust meme instead. I'm just saying, there is a reason why I keep 2 onslaughts whenever I remember for that mechanic. Because it's so silly when you knock in a weird angle. Turns out there was some limit to Electrope's potential, yeah. Or maybe she's just too bad. Green says forgetting to pot always feels bad, or even worse, thinking you potted but then the input didn't go through. I've had openers like that, and I'm just like, what am I even doing then? The most annoying one for me is more so I use, like, where I remember, oh right, this is the 6-minute burst, and then I'm like, I've already, like, sent 2 fill cleaves. I'm like, I mean, there won't be a better spot to pot, I guess, and just do it anyway. Like, it kind of feels like, oh man. But yeah, genuinely, like, I don't know if you were in the chat for that earlier, Bondi, but essentially, the comparison that I made was that at some point when World of Warcraft had basically reached its peak of how insane healing could get, bosses would spam raid wights that nearly killed you. Like, basically, you see Wicked Thunder or a Sure Thunder that hurts like that. World of Warcraft had bosses that did that, like, repeatedly, over and over again, with no time to breathe, because the healers were that strong that was what it required. And then the comparison point was exactly that. Like, we were talking about the World of Warcraft thing, and someone said, well, I mean, raid wights on M4S hit like that too. But the difference being that in World of Warcraft, those kinds of bosses back then didn't give you time to breathe, whereas you saw that Wicked Thunder smacks half of the arena, smacks the other half of the arena, and gives you actually enough time to swift cast a raise on someone and for them to get back up before she does something. Like, I don't know if she's trying to snipe the raise itself or what she's doing, but it's weird. Like, sorry. The specific thing with that step in the fight where I use Shake It Off like 5 seconds early is me going, what's the next mechanic again? Why is she not doing anything? Oh, right! And then I click it. Like, the tell itself is her just standing there like she forgot she put something in the oven. Yannick says, to be fair, when Final Fantasy XIV does this, the community panics and demands tank LB, like after the transition. Well, in fairness, I have a feeling that it's intended to be like that, but there's also the difference that in Final Fantasy XIV, you can take those like once or twice. Like, my question to that is, what if cross-tail switch was twice as long? What if it was twice as long? Would that still be fine to not tank LB? Are healers strong enough they can do that? Possibly. Do they have resources to spare to deal with what comes next? And that's basically it, is that healers haven't quite reached the insanity that World of Warcraft had reached in Mr. Pandaria. But for the same reason, the bosses in Final Fantasy XIV have also not reached the point where they become that insane. And I agree, Osteig. I'm at least glad that the player base didn't immediately go, just heal through it, Lamau. Like, that it is actually, like, somewhat considered reasonable that you're gonna need a tank LB for it until you, like, unless you're strong. Suzago says, I feel with item level appropriate gear, healers could do it. The video you just saw is everyone full best in slot. I believe. I'm pretty sure. It's either everyone best in slot or like one person missing a weapon. And that includes Shaq and Sip. It's possible they could still hold on if it continued twice as long. But I have a feeling that at that point it would be like they don't have any other cooldowns then, and they might not even have MP to spare. FF classes have fewer defensive buttons than WoW classes? It depends, I think. The two games are different. Let's just say that if World of Warcraft had a boss like Wicked Thunder casting Cross-Tail Switch, then I would imagine that you would see a druid cast Tranquility. And that's basically like it's a bit like Collective Unconscious, except you remove the damage reduction and then just make it so that the region is every second or every 2 seconds, and it's a lot. And you just maintain that. And other healers have similar, like, super cooldowns. Like, one of the healers in World of Warcraft has a 3-minute cooldown that basically does this, like, heals everyone for a ton and removes all debuffs. Like, that's almost healer LB3, right? That's just like a 2 or 3 minute cooldown, I believe. Hey, Coco, and thank you for supporting the channel for 22 months. That's a long time to be part of the Cult of the Pink. Thank you so much. Yeah, it's only 2 months until we see a new icon, I think. Okay, says WoW players also seem to be fine with healers sometimes not getting to deal damage. Well, the thing is, in World of Warcraft, cooldowns being the attack itself or the heal itself is rare. Like, usually a cooldown is like a damage buff or something. And, well, rather, I should say an OGCD. I didn't mean cooldown, I mean OGCD. Rarely will an OGCD be the attack or the heal. Which means, for the druid to use Tranquility, they have to forego all attacks and all other healing because you're channeling Tranquility. For any healer to heal a player, they have to forego attacking. In Final Fantasy XIV, that's not how it works, right? So because your GCD is so much more crucial in World of Warcraft, it makes sense. In fact, sometimes damage comes out so fast that if you've seen healers do this thing where, like, every time the boss winds up to do an attack, you see one of the healers do this, so that this happens right after the attack lands. There have been times in World of Warcraft where the damage intake was so great that when the boss winds up to do something, you have to already be winding up your response if it has a cast time. Similarly, there can be situations where damage intake is so fast that the healer will be like, well, I can't attack. Why not? Because if I use my GCD on that, then you might be dead before my next GCD comes out. And remember, in World of Warcraft, the GCD is 1.5 at its slowest. And it's usually a lot faster. So imagine a fight where things are going so fast that the healer's like, I can't spend 1 second attacking because you might be dead before I can do another thing. And also that, Ilana, in WoW, if your healers are bored and could attack, like they have plenty of time to attack, then your raid team could have had an additional DPS. That is true. And that's true, Zazaku. It could probably be made to work. But yeah, my point with that is that it's drastically different games. The only way I can make the comparison is that I'm saying that just like with a lot of other things where World of Warcraft has already tried it, and then Final Fantasy does it, and I'm like, well, I know how this is going. We are gradually moving to a point where everyone's so busted that the only way to make the fights truly challenging for the really strong players is if the challenge keeps rising. And at some point, it'll be difficult to make content that is approachable by most players that are willing to give it a shot without it being so insanely hard. Like, those players will be blocked off because, well, you don't have 5 years of experience. You don't understand all the inner workings of the game, so you can't do Savage. That's not a good look. So they have to slow down the game, and one way they can slow down the game is by requiring that healers use GCD heals more again. Things like that. And the question is, like, whether we are moving in that direction, because it's a little hard to say. Because, like, the difficulty goes up and down a bit between expansions. But that was interesting to see, Kat. And I think you did pretty well there. I would also say in that regard, Vince, that I feel like Final Fantasy XIV is the weirdo here. Like, I'm pretty sure most MMOs that adhere to the GCD usually have the impactful things you do be the GCD, with no exceptions. Or very few exceptions, if any. Where Final Fantasy XIV has decided instead that the OGCD is like a more prominent thing. Like, where it also takes an animation log to do an OGCD. That's not a thing in other MMOs sometimes. So, Final Fantasy XIV is the odd one out here. In my opinion. There might also be other MMOs that I don't know of that are like this. With that said... Oh, Coco made it here. I think that's where we will round up the stream. Unfortunately, just as Coco arrived. But if you enjoyed this particular stream, it helps me a lot if you leave a like on it here on YouTube. That tells the algorithm this was an enjoyable stream and you'd like other people to enjoy it as well. So thank you so much in advance. And if you'd like to be part of the Discord community server, there's a link to the Discord right there in the chat. There's also one in the description, and there's also one on the channel in general. And there you will find the weekly schedule where you can see what else is coming up in the coming days. And I usually update it Sunday or Monday. If you go to the announcement room, you'll also see links to videos and streams when I put them out. And if you grab the reminder roll from the role assignments room, you'll get a notification whenever I post these things, as well as an extra run around 15 minutes before stream starts, so you don't miss a second. And if you'd like to support the channel even more directly, you can become a member of the channel, you can gift memberships, you can use the super chat system, or if you don't like any of that, there's also a Ko-Fi link in the description. It all helps support me and the channel directly so that I can focus on doing things like this with all of you. So thank you so much for the support. But I think that'll be all from me. Nearly 2 hours longer than I usually plan these, as is tradition. But good night, good morning, afternoon, or evening, depending on where in the world, and I hope to see you all very soon. Bye bye!